that, and just use political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And another z-axis goes up this way because the Agudat Israel was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that, the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel and creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all of these parties together make up the kind of vision it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, political. And actually, it stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund is split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arbeiter Ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Israel, of course, with the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist coalition, which became the Avodah or Labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionists and the revisionists mixed together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much.
I've got another one that I built as well, right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in IShow Speed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. I'm live in his Discord right now. And his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not kick me from the most of them, like kick me from the PC. So I created a bot. Here, you can see whenever
One of the first places to start in our discussion of the Holocaust is, of course, the name given to this event. We all know what we're talking about, the destruction of European Jewry in the context of World War II. But there are a lot of difficulties with exactly what do we call this event. The term Holocaust is the preferred term, I guess, because it's become the most popular, but it has some problematic aspects to it. For example, the term, which was coined in the 1960s, is derived from the Latin Vulgate translation of the Bible, and it is the Latin translation of the term hola in Hebrew, which means a sacrifice that is completely burnt up. That's where the holocaustus comes from. Caustic meaning like burning, and holo meaning like completely. And that is difficult to kind of transition because, after all, this implies that somehow the Jews who were killed in the Holocaust were a kind of a sacrifice, a pleasing aroma, to continue the biblical metaphor. Does that make the Kohanim of the Korban Ola, the priests of the sacrifice, somehow like, God forbid, the Nazis? It's a very problematic term. And in fact, many Jews prefer to use very different terms to describe this event. In my grandmother, Aleha Shalom, her generation, the preferred term was Churban, which is preferred in many Orthodox circles. Churban is a Yiddishization of the Hebrew term korban, meaning destruction. And it has a strong historical connection in Jewish memory to the destructions of the temples in Jerusalem. It comes from the word cherev, meaning sword, but it's a term that's really only used for certain specific historical events, most notably the destruction of the Jews' temples in Jerusalem in the year 586 and in the year 70. 586 before the Common Era, 70 of the Common Era. And this ties the cataclysm of Europe back to this long historical tradition from the temples. In Israel, one of the preferred terms is Shoah, which does not have a lot of this theological baggage. And many scholars are really trying to work with different terms, but Holocaust seems to be the term that we've settled on. So I'm going to use that term, even though it has certain caveats. We also have to figure out exactly when are we defining the Holocaust. We could make a reasonable argument to say that the Holocaust begins, with Hitler's rise to power, with the Nuremberg laws, definition of who's a Jew, with Kristallnacht in 1938, with the onset of World War I in 1939, or we can make a very good argument for the beginning of mass murder, which doesn't occur, as we shall see, until 1941. So it's a very difficult thing to actually pin down in specifics, because that's when you get into the difficulties of interpreting this event. But we will use the term Holocaust and loosely describe, we will understand it as the Nazi attempt to eliminate the Jewish presence in Europe, primarily through the mass murder process that continued from 1941 to the very end of the war. Looking at the origins, the very first place we have to start is really the First World War. One might like to think of World War I really as World War II, Part 1. Even though at the time it was considered the Great War, amazingly it was called the War to End All Wars, it had a tremendous impact on the frustrations of the interwar period that led to World War II. Have a look at this map. You see on the left, this is basically what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. Major empires, Germany, Austria-Hungary, a dual monarchy, and Russia. And immediately after World War I, in the context of the peace treaties of Paris and Trianon and elsewhere, you can see on the right-hand side that Germany is carved up. In fact, Eastern Prussia is separated from Germany proper by a land bridge given to Poland, so it would have an outlet to the sea. Poland is created completely out of whole cloth. It's resurrected from its 18th century map. The Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are carved out of Russia, as is a big chunk of Romania, as you can see there. Austria-Hungary is shrunk to just a fraction of its original size, and out of the remnants of that empire created whole new countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and so on. And this was an extremely unworkable system, even though the thinking behind it was to give more self-determination to the many multinational ethnicities that are living in these empires. It really led to a tremendous degree of frustration. And there were some, strange kind of phenomena. For example, about 2/3 of the citizens of Poland were not even Polish. And similarly, about 2/3 of Austria's citizens lived outside of Austria. The capital of Lithuania, the capital city, was located in another country. And there are all kinds of these strange things that were associated with the map. So the losers of World War I, in particular Germany and Austria, felt that they wanted to revise the peace treaties. They wanted to revise these maps. Hence, they were called the revisionists. And they were constantly pressing to try and address these inegalities. Hitler was perhaps the most prominent of those revisions. Here's an amazing picture of him as a baby, which is, sort of a sobering thought to think of him as a child like this, to grow up to be such a tremendous monster. He was Austrian in background. His father was a minor government functionary who died when Hitler was a young boy. And Hitler was kind of a difficult child. His father really wanted him to get kind of a safe government job, but he was insistent on being an artist, something for which he had remarkably little talent. And in fact, he was rejected several times by the Vienna School of Art, which he felt was a result of the Jews' activity, that somehow the Jews had denied him his possibility of furthering his career. During World War I, he was wounded and served with distinction, although he did not get promoted too rapidly, primarily because of his very insubordinate nature and his difficulty in following orders. If you look at this interesting picture here, this is from the Alexanderplatz in Munich at the onset of World War I. And the historian Alan Bullock looked very carefully at it, and he found with a magnifying glass that there was Hitler pictured in the circle there. And you can see he's obviously, like so many Germans of the time, and so many allies as well, the English and so on, he was thrilled with the prospect of going to war. He was wounded, primarily in a mustard gas attack, and he bore a very strong memory of that attack, and it really had an impact on his thinking later with regards to Jews. After the war,
SBC. Yo, hey, how are you? All right. So what happened overnight? So here's the cool thing about just being rabbi is when I sleep, sometimes when I wake, it's like a time machine, and I get to check my inbox and all this other shit. A lot of times there's really cool shit in there. I don't know if I told you, it's cute. I was like, by the way, Riser says hello. I mean, he didn't like specifically say that, but he was like, oh, you should have messaged me. I'm not your administrative assistant, so good luck with that. But come in here whenever you want. So that's the, hey, welcome. That's cool. I'm happy when people just tell me that there's some interest. All right, so what's the president? Something's happening. Okay, so while you were asleep, I just went out on Harry Potter about this last thing, and it was like at the end of the night, I just started talking about it, and something my views. And so I went from like, this is nothing, but each one of these views is really important. They're like, you feel people or something like that, and then additionally, they're not hard to keep social compliments as well. And it wasn't like 50, and like this time yesterday, it's like 190 now. So I'm happy with that. I mean, that's good. Better 190 people who like it than 190,000 who think I don't like it. So, but I would pretty care less. Maybe not the big this part of 190,000 people. Anyway, so that way. So check my inbox. And it's literally just a line of people saying, thank you for the positive vibes. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for the positive vibes. Positive vibes back to you. Thank you so much. Like all fucking night, people were just responding. And so I just sent them a message back saying, positive vibes. Good luck, baby. And, okay, very much. So I had a message. I'm kind of giving about it. Well, hold on. I'll say it to you. Good up. Arnold won his first Hey Arnold, did you watch my interview yet? I will. Okay, so I show speed. No. Oh, it's hype. You know, this guy's man. I was pissed. I fucking I thank you. Okay, so overnight I've been live. Okay, so you know who I show speed is, right, Arnold? Excellent. Um, right. Okay, so I've been live streaming in his stream now for the last like week, and I pulled the record for the person who has streamed the most in his VC of any person. Okay, I awake this morning to find myself. Yeah, I it just took me like a week. Yeah, dog. Well, wait. So get this. Um, I'm in Aiden Roston. I'm in a bunch. So I'm live streaming this motherfucker's Discord, and when I fall asleep, I mean, Caspian C, you saw it in the video, and I'll send it to you right now, Arnold. I I showed that I built a bot to allow me to stream in their VC and not get when they boot me, it lets me back at Caspian C. You saw this process in that video, right? Yeah. If you didn't see it, it's okay, but that's fine. I don't expect you to have memorized it. Arnold, I sent you the message. So here's what I excellent. So what I did was I looked this morning, and I noticed that I'm jailed, and I'm pissed because I didn't do anything wrong. I just did what I've been doing for the last week, which is just fucking streaming. And there, to me, like everybody's got their own opinion, but it's not against their fucking rules. So why can't I do it? I'm not naked. I'm clothed. I'm not. I'm not promoting myself. I'm not doing that safe for work. I'm not. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Nothing. So I was pissed. So I go to this one guy who I know who's on the moderation team who let me in last time, and I'm like, look, dude, if you want me to fucking stream in there, and this is in my chat, but that's what I was looking at. If you want me to fucking stream in there, then tell your fucking moderators to stop banning and stop fucking with me. Here I am, and I send him a link to this interview that I just did, where I am talking about your moderators to hundreds of people. Okay, like literally, I have a video of me interacting with them. You don't want to piss me off because I'm getting to be famous enough that I will shit on you publicly. Just ask Tim Cook, just ask Mark Zuckerberg, just ask Jeff Bezos, and the rest of those fucking clowns. And okay, so with that, with letting back in, just so, and they told me, yeah, 39 minutes. But then what did I do? So this is the best part. That's cool. I love getting on that. There's one thing to be banned, but I've been banned so much. Like I'm like an abused child. When you abuse a child enough, it's just you can't really fucking phase them. Like a kid who's just grown up with, like just. Well, I didn't, fortunately, in real life. But in the digital world, I am a fucking feral child, and I get abused by everybody's sister
them. So when you ban me, it's no big deal. But when you let me back in, always had a big fucking deal. It's like, I got you, you little motherfucker. And so what did I do? I checked my inbox, and then one of my favorite streamers in the world, Ori, his name is O-U-R-I. He said, yo, like, hey, what's going on? And he said, yo, I just read what he said because I don't want to. And normally you're not supposed to read people's inbox messages, but my whole life is online, and that's different. It's a different world where I live. And he wrote, hey, I would love to talk on stream. I watched that VOD back, didn't know you were a genius. How nice is that? So he thought it was fun. He wants to speak with me on stream. And he's a huge streamer. He's a huge streamer. So I'm really excited about that. So I told him, yeah, thank you. And I told him I get an interview tonight, but if he wants to do it sometime this weekend, that works for me. Or I'm pretty fun to do. So I think that is just fucking the tits, dog. The tits.
Nice. Oh, they said, hey, that's the video.
Absolutely. I know.
Okay.
You do. You absolutely. Take your time. If you're watching my video, I'll shut the fuck up.
He essentially became a rock star. His popularity, particularly with youth, was pronounced. He had a bold new way of thinking about how Germany had to proceed. He was a brash leader who was associated with modernity. He used airplanes. He revised a lot of the iconography. The implementation of the swastika was an extremely brilliant move, kind of like branding his movement. And he rose to power. He never actually won the majority in any German election, but because there were so many parties running, unlike the American system, which has two basic parties, he was ultimately able to win a plurality, and in 1933 he officially came to power as chancellor. He built on a body of anti-Semitic thought that had infected Germany to a tremendous degree in the Weimar period. Here's a cover of a book published in 1920 by Arthur Dintor, Die Sünde will das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times. And this is kind of emblematic of anti-Semitic thought of the period. You've seen the blonde, muscular, shirtless Aryan who is nevertheless bowed down, healthy but otherwise weakened because he has this massive burden of a vulture sitting on his shoulder. The vulture has stereotypical Jewish features, and the overall message of this cover art, which is just one sample of thousands, is that the Jews are kind of like a parasite race. The Jews are going to, make healthy Aryan Germany sick on the inside, like some kind of tapeworm or some kind of disease, and eventually they will feed on Germany's corpse. Here's another very interesting image. This was actually published in 1921 in a book of caricature of Jews, and the author at the time obviously did not realize that Adolf Hitler would later become an extremely important name associated with anti-Semitism. And I have a feeling that this is actually one of Hitler's own early artworks. You can see in the lower right-hand corner the AH initials, but it's pure supposition on my part. Perhaps some art historian will look more deeply into this. At any rate, you see the young, attractive Aryan woman, very sad, sort of serious expression because she knows that her fate is the leering, overweight, older Jewish man in the background. That, in other words, Germany, young, healthy, full of vigor and promise, is nevertheless going to be dominated by the Jews, and they will ultimately bring about its downfall. Very shrill, kind of panicked anti-Semitism, very much associated with German anti-Semitism from the 1880s onward. Now, if the great biographer of Hitler, Eberhard Jäger, associated two principal elements to Hitler's thought. One is anti-Semitism. He was absolutely a very devoted and virulent anti-Semite. And the other was Lebensraum. Lebensraum is this concept that the Germans need living space, living room. And Hitler viewed this as specifically a drive to the east. He looked at the tendency of German colonization through regions in Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, and he felt that that had to be cemented and had to be formally brought under German auspices. In other words, Hitler wanted to colonize Europe by moving eastward. This map here shows you Europe at its high tide under Nazi control. And you can see it extends across North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. Spain is technically neutral, although in this situation, neutrality tends to favor the dominant power, which would be Germany. France, of course, comes under his control all the way through Central Europe, going out to Eastern Europe, including Poland, the Baltic states, and then when he eventually invaded Russia, all the way up to Leningrad, which suffered a disastrous, horrific siege, coming close to Moscow as well. Now, just to give you a very quick overview of Hitler's military strategy, basically what he did was he wanted to avoid a two-front war. He wanted to avoid fighting Russia in the east and the Allies, France and England in particular, in the west. So what he did was he made a secret deal with Stalin in the late 1930s that said that he would invade from the west, Stalin would invade from the east, and they would simply divide Poland and the Baltic states between them. So this happened in September of 1939. Once his Eastern Front was stabilized because he had a peace treaty and non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, then he turned to the west. He took over France in fairly short order, and once that was pacified in 1941, he double-crossed his erstwhile ally, Joseph Stalin, invading the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. And that went fairly well for Hitler until 1943, when the Russians began to push back, and the Red Army ultimately, together with the American army who invaded from the west, landing at Normandy, that's when they had a pincer movement that squeezed Germany's military forces out of existence. That's a very quick military history of World War II. One of the elements that led to World War II that was extremely significant in this context is the policy of appeasement, a drastic and disastrous policy followed by the Allies. Essentially, Germany was taking over region after region, violating the various terms of the agreements that Germany had signed in the Armistice Accords, and it came to a head with the Sudetenland crisis. The Sudetenland is a mountainous region to the west of Czechoslovakia, heavily populated by Germans who wished to join Germany because Hitler was really demonstrating that Germany was capable of surmounting the depression, regaining their national pride, and so on. This was, however, an extremely significant military strategic region for Czechoslovakia because whoever controlled those mountain ranges could look down into the lowlands. And so Czechoslovakia, having received those territories after World War I, was not willing to cede them to the Germans. The Allies, however, essentially wanted to avoid at all costs World War II, and so Neville Chamberlain from England went to visit with Hitler, and the Prime Minister returned to England, waving a piece of paper indicating that Hitler has signed off on this deal. As long as he gets to Sudetenland, then we will have quote-unquote peace in our times, and it was a disastrous mistake. Immediately thereafter, Hitler went to war. September 1 of 1939, Hitler bombed Poland, invaded with his famous blitzkrieg or lightning war strategy and or tactics, and Poland fell very rapidly. Let us focus specifically on the fate of the Jews in this context. The first impact of the Holocaust per se was the policy of ghettoization. Ghettoization was the concentration of Jews primarily in urban districts, major cities across Europe. The policy of ghettoization was not uniformly implemented throughout Europe. In some places, walls were constructed, as in this photograph here, where the Jews of Warsaw are commanded to create their own borders. In other areas, walls were never constructed, and the Nazis relied on social pressure, the fear of being caught, and willing allies in the non-Jewish population to keep Jews relegated within their regions. Secondly, the Nazis did not seem to have a really clear policy on what to do with the Jews in the ghetto. Some of the ghettos, like Warsaw, for example, were clearly attritionist in nature, meaning that the Jews were to be housed there, kind of imprisoned there, given very, very few rations to live with, and they were simply to die of starvation or, more commonly, of typhus. Other ghettos, like in Łódź, also in Poland, seemed to emphasize production. These were called productionist ghettos, where the Jews were put to gainful employment, primarily in the textile industry. And there it seemed that the thinking was that the Jews were to be slave labor to assist in whatever capacity with the German war effort. More likely, the reality is that the Nazis had a very chaotic bureaucracy. Even though they were extremely particular about record keeping and memos and things like that, they really had a very poor command structure. Hitler's own leadership was really very loose and hands-off and allowing people to develop their own policies, and that's why the ghetto experience was so different. Ultimately, however, the ghetto experience ended in deportation to the death camps, whichever kind of ghetto that we're speaking about. Things changed dramatically on June 22nd, 1941, which is the date of Operation Barbarossa. So you can see in this map here, this is after Hitler had controlled all of his Western front and was bombing England, hoping to conquer it. Hitler double-crossed Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union. He went through Poland all the way from the Black Sea up to the Baltic Sea, through the Baltic countries as well, and he caught the Soviet Union largely by surprise and invaded with tremendous force and ferocity. Now, why this is significant for the Holocaust is because this is when we begin to see the first true acts of organized mass murder. It's quite late, 1941. In the past, there were what were called Einzelaktionen, meaning individual actions, beatings, robbery, the occasional cruel murder, but with the exception perhaps of Kristallnacht, which was a coordinated event, a large nationwide pogrom in 1938, there's really no significant organized activity to systematically root out the Jews and to murder them. That happens in the context of Operation Barbarossa, because what Hitler does is he sends out 4 mobile police battalions called Einsatzgruppen. And these are traveling battalions that have, like trucks and things like that. And they basically are charged with the task of going through all of the little villages, the Städtlach of Eastern Europe, rounding up all of the undesirables, principally Jews, communists, Roma, also known as gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone that was on Hitler's list for extinction, and bringing them out to ravines or having them dig their own graves, to see in this picture, and then they were shot by firing squad, usually using machine gun fire. This occurred throughout Eastern Europe, resulted in approximately 2.5 million deaths. Here you can see the Jews have been asked to climb down into the pit first, and then they are shot from above. The Einsatzgruppen also demonstrated many different methods of executions. You can see here, and also in this picture as well. And this is incidentally how most of my own family, my grandmother's parents and her brothers and sisters, made their fate in Lithuania. The Einsatzgruppen did their gruesome work between June 22nd, 1941 and late 1942, principally. But by the spring of 1942, an entirely new method of murdering Jews was implemented. And this is something more that we associate with the Holocaust specifically. Basically, something happened in the fall of 1941. Some historians believe that Hitler saw how successful he was in invading Russia so quickly, and he said, wow, if I can do this, maybe I can actually murder all the Jews of Europe. It should be well noted that although Hitler had a lot of very extreme rhetoric that was genocidal in nature, the truth is there were lots of experimental gestures made to do other things with the Jews. For example, to expel them, to encourage them to leave. Jews were allowed to leave Germany up until October of 1940, quite late. That's over a year after the war begins. At one point, there was negotiations to actually take over the island of Madagascar off the coast of southern Africa and use that as a massive reservation for Europe's Jews. And a similar plan was hatched regarding the Lublin region of Poland. But sometime in the fall of 1941, all of those plans were totally abandoned in the context of the Einsatzgruppen murders as well. And Hitler said, we're going to do something more efficient. It may have come as a result of the euphoria of the possible victory over Russia. It may also be a result of the sudden realization that Hitler was going to get stuck in Russia over the winter, which in fact happened, and that would be disastrous for the Wehrmacht and the German military effort as a whole. And Hitler's thinking was, if we are not going to win this war, if ultimately, like a chessboard, you can see what's going to happen in just a few moves, and let us at least kill all the Jews of Europe. So what seems to have happened is in the fall of 1941, they set up an experimental camp called Treblinka, which was distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that had been designed beforehand. Basically, Hitler had a full network of concentration camps that existed really from the beginning of his tenure in the 1930s, but these were primarily for political prisoners and other enemies that he wished to simply remove from social currents. People died in the concentration camps primarily as a result of people died in the concentration camps primarily as a result of misuse or malnutrition. Let me start that over again. People died in the concentration camps largely a result of abuse, of malnutrition, of slave labor conditions. They were not designed specifically to kill people from the beginning. This was a new phenomenon initiated with Treblinka, and 6 of these special camps, which were called in German Vernichtungslager, which means to make into nothing camps. These were distinct from Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, where people are simply imprisoned in concentrations. This is a place where the Nazis strove for Vernichtung, for absolute destruction. The 6th camp, Martyr, Treblinka, Chelmno, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and of course the infamous Auschwitz, greatest of the major of the Holocaust. These 6 camps were concentrated in Eastern Europe, although as the war progressed, several of the other camps, like Dachau, for example, were retrofitted with some aspects of the concentration, of the Vernichtungslager features. Here is a view of Auschwitz, which is perhaps one of the most, notorious of those camps. The feature of the death camp, which is most well known, is of course the gas chambers. Jews and other undesirables. There are many non-Jews who were also imprisoned in these camps. Once again, the Roma slated for utter destruction. Many Slavs, many dissenters, homosexuals, you name it, all kinds of people who were, personae non gratae by Hitler were sent to these camps. But Jews constitute a very significant population. Shipped from ghettos all over Europe in railroad cars, sometimes taking several days to reach their destinations, the Jews were disembarked, and then they were exposed to a selection process where the vast majority of them were sent for immediate gassing. Their whatever was valuable on their person, including gold teeth, prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, sometimes hair, sometimes tattooed skin, whatever was felt of potential use to the Nazis was taken from the Jews, and then often with various ruses, giving them towels and soap, for example, and telling them they were going to be deloused, they were going to have their lice removed, because lice was a perennial problem among prisoners during the war. They were sent into these gas chambers and exposed to this poison, Zyklon B, or Zyklon B in English, which is essentially a rat poison. In the gas chambers, like this one here, they would be asphyxiated by the gas, and within half an hour, they would be dead. Their bodies would be removed by other Jewish camp inmates, the so-called Sonderkommando, and then they would be sent to the crematoria for disposal. The crematoria were not designed to kill Jews, they were designed to get rid of the tremendous number of bodies that would accumulate every single day. There were Jews who survived the concentration camps or the death camps, primarily because a certain small proportion was selected not for immediate destruction, but for either scientific experimentation. The notorious Wasser Engel, the white angel, Josef Mengele, for example, liked to experiment on identical twin children. You would, expose one of them to various, they inject him with various chemicals and so on, and then compare the changes with the child that was unaffected. They also experimented with different kinds of field transplants, amputations, and things like that. Or they used them for slave labor, because all of the camps had some kind of industrial satellite camp. For example, Auschwitz had a small camp called Luna nearby that was used to make acetone. The Jews were used in incredibly horrible conditions as slave laborers and basically starved to death, as you can see in this picture here. The worst among them became what the camp inmates called Musulmaner, or Muslims, which was a derogatory term, was used to say that somehow they had lost all will to live. I don't know why the connection specifically with Muslims, but nevertheless that was part of the lexicon. And people who reached this stage of extreme psychological distress were not long for this world. When the Allies finally came in 1944, 1945, they found, incredible scenes of destruction, people displaced from their homes, their families, from their sanity, and quite often, and they found incredible swaths of corpses in many of the camps, like Bergen-Belsen, for example, and which is an entire story unto itself. Many stories here. I'm trying to keep this lecture under 30 minutes. Finally, the aftermath concluded with the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, where a small number of core Nazi leaders were tried for war crimes. This is part of a larger discussion. I'm trying to keep this within 30 minutes, so I'm not going to go into detail, but it led to a rather extreme interpretation of the reasons for the Holocaust, known as the intentionalist theory, which has come under criticism by another school dominant today called the functionalists. I'll just have to leave that as something for further research. That's basically a very quick overview of what is arguably the darkest period in Jewish history. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to speak about a very complex and controversial topic, the borders of Israel. This is something that a lot of people have a lot of hard feelings over. Obviously, this is one of the major geopolitical conflicts of the 20th century and going into the 21st century. And so I'm going to try very hard just to walk you through the border changes, which obviously depend heavily on war and peace.
Yeah,
but I'll try to avoid the
I didn't understand that one either.
kind of language that exacerbates tension.
I mean, it's not like
You
we're
may
on
find
NBC
that
or CBS or
where
Fox
you
or
around the web,
ABC
you find
where-
very different terminology. I'm going to try and just keep the neutral
Yeah, that's
terminology
fine.
for now. Perhaps I'll point out some of those flashpoints as we go along. But at any rate, let's get straight to the material. The borders of the state of Israel in the 20th century. All right, so it's important to understand that there's a difference between the state of Israel and the land of Israel. The land of Israel, or the
India.
heritage
I
of
tried that
Israel,
India
is a very old concept that goes all the way back, obviously, to the Bible.
I love
The
India.
Jews
I
have
tried that
historically
India.
regarded the land of Israel as their homeland,
He's
and
done.
even after
Mr.
an
Beast
exile
is
in the
done.
6th century before the Common Era and in the 1st century of the Common Era, they've
Baby.
always had central to their vision of the history of the world, their ultimate return to Israel
Arnold, that
under
was really
a
nice of you.
Messiah.
Thank you.
And this is something that was shared by much of Western culture. In fact, if you look at this really interesting map, you see that Jerusalem is portrayed as the center of the known world,
I was given it.
Europa, Asia, and Africa all converging on Jerusalem, the
given
holy
it.
city, with America way
I've
off
never
to the
bought any
side.
cryptocurrency. I've
So
only ever
this
been
is something that was central
gifted
to really Jewish, Christian, and Islamic history for most of the history of the world. In the
well,
late
I was in a
19th
Twitter
century,
space,
and certainly
which
into the
is
early
the heart
20th
of
century,
cryptocurrency.
there was a
on the
strong
internet,
movement of
and
Jews to resettle the land.
some
As you see
people
here
from
with
the
these
community.
chalutzot, or female pioneers, who are going back to Israel to reclaim the land
I'm not
for
like
Jews
whale,
to engage in farming,
I
things like that. Up until the late 19th century, there were always small
You can
settlements
hold
of Jews,
everything that I
particularly in
have in
places
your
like
wallet.
Jerusalem,
I own
or Tzfat, Safed, but there was no wide-scale organized movement of Jews to settle the land until this time, late 19th century. Obviously, the land was not completely fallow. There were non-Jews who were living in Israel, and that meant when the political aspirations of the immigrant Jews clashed with the aspirations of both the indigenous non-Jewish populations and those non-Jews Arabs who moved into the region as a result of the increasing economic opportunities afforded by this immigration, these would come to tremendous conflict over the 20th century. That's really the beginning of the modern history of conflict between Arabs.
That's fine. Then I'm
So
using
if we look at the political
it's
map, all we're
not
trying
so
to do
much money
today
that
is just look at the
that
shape of the borders of Israel from its beginnings in the 20th century to the beginning of the 21st century. Israel starts out at the beginning of the century as part of the Ottoman Empire. As you can see, this large swath of territory that goes all across North Africa, right through the Middle East, up into Turkey and into parts of Europe. Jerusalem is a really significant point in the map because, of course, it is a crossroads between the various sections of the Ottoman Empire. But the Ottoman Empire was known as the sick man of Europe. By the end of the 19th century, it was clear that this was a holdover from medieval times and would not survive any large conflagration, which would come to pass in World War I. At this time, coming up to World War I, he died before the war could break out. However, there was a tremendous efforts of Theodor Herzl, Schrankeder, who was an Austrian Jew, who believed very strongly in the political mobilization of Jews to resettle the land of Israel and create a homeland for the Jews there, primarily as a refuge for anti-Semitism and as a kind of normalization of their status. Because up until this point, they were, all over Europe and were a minority everywhere. So Theodor Herzl never got to see his vision put in place in the land of Israel. But after World War I, with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the British took over the region of Israel and Jordan, and after handing it over to the United Nations, or known as the League of Nations at that time, they divided up the territory as follows. Here's a really important map. So you see the sort of bluish-grayish area on the left. That is the British Mandate section that was handed over to an eventual possible area for Jewish settlement. This is in keeping with the British promise in 1917 and the Balfour Declaration to guarantee a homeland for the Jews in the region without prejudice to the indigenous population. Trying to really do both things at once. On the one hand, a homeland for the Jews, and at the same time, not prejudicing the civil and religious rights of the indigenous populations, largely an impossible thing to achieve. On the right, you see Transjordan, which was ultimately handed over to the kings of Jordan, became a separate country. And at the top, you see that little red area, which is the Golan Heights, the mountainous region, handed over to Syria. You can also notice, if you look carefully at this map, that a lot of these lines are strangely straight, as if they're drawn with rulers. And in fact, that is what they did when the great powers got together to divide up the Middle East. They basically made political calculations and divided them up according to their own political agenda. But at any rate, this is the first map that we're dealing with. As you see, we have on the left here a region that was reserved for some area of Jewish settlement and eventual homeland as of 1922. Moving onward here, what ends up happening is a lot of conflict between the Jews and Arabs and the British occupying authorities. This accelerates throughout the 1920s and 1930s. And after the Holocaust, after World War II, the pressures are just phenomenal. There's a lot of demands for Jewish immigration into the region, and the Arab population has also increased significantly at this point, and there are requests for a brake put on that immigration. And ultimately, the British decide to hand it over to the United Nations, much like they handed over the question of what to do with India to the United Nations. In 1947, they come with this rather disastrous partition plan that you see here on the left, United Nations Resolution 181. And that basically divides up what is contemporary Israel into 7 distinct regions. 3 regions shown here in a kind of bluish gray, which were to be for the proposed Jewish state, for Israel. 3 regions which are for a proposed Arab state. See, those are the kind of it's a strange color. It's kind of a brownish color. And then right in the center, you have Jerusalem, which was simply too hot to handle. No one could agree as to what to do with it, so therefore they set it aside as a kind of international zone, a corpus separata, or a separate body that should be handled somewhat differently. The bottom line with this map, the 1947 map, is that the Jews accepted this partition plan. The Arab countries surrounding the region, that is Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria, did not accept it, and they invaded Israel, and there was a huge war. Now, again, I'm not going to go into the specifics of the war. One of the most significant aspects of it was that it was military change that drove populations out of the region, particularly Arabs who were driven out. And there were also political boundary changes, which is what we're going to focus on here. Again, larger ramifications of these changes are significant and still part of the conflict. But just looking at the boundaries, you see that the Israelis now, because we were talking about the state of Israel as of 1948 when the war broke out, the state of Israel actually expands its borders. Not only did they successfully defend their territory, they actually expanded into the areas shown here in purple. So they were able to consolidate the northern region of the Galil, and they were able to expand the Negev region, but they were not able, and very significantly, they were able to push right to the boundaries of Jerusalem, but Jerusalem remained a divided city with the eastern half, East Jerusalem, part of Jordan, heavily populated by Arabs, the western half occupied now by Israel and heavily populated obviously by Jews. And they're kind of sort of an apartheid movement as population shifted across that border. They did not conquer what was called the West Bank, so called because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River, also known as Yehuda and Shomron. And then they did not conquer the Gaza Strip down in the lower left corner of the So that's basically what Israel looked like from 1949 until the next major conflict, which was 1967. There were minor conflicts or significant but not boundary changes conflicts between them, but the 1967 Six-Day War is really crucial. Basically, what happened in 67 is that Egypt in particular, along with Syria as well, and the other Arab countries around it, planned a massive invasion of Israel in June of 1967. It was very clear that an invasion was about to happen. The UN was powerless or perhaps even unwilling to invest energy in stopping this conflagration. And what Israel did in a very controversial move, but ultimately very successful for the fledgling Jewish state, they launched a preemptive strike against their Arab enemies. And this was an extremely successful war for Israel, hence it's called the Six-Day War. And not only did Israel contain its own territory as of 1949, they actually expanded it tremendously. It was really an amazing victory for the Israelis. Now, looking at this map here, you see that they did two different things with the territories that they conquered. The territories that are labeled on the left were occupied. Those are the huge Sinai Peninsula, which borders on Egypt, largely a desert, but nevertheless is a very important buffer region for military attacks. The Gaza Strip, which is, unlike the Sinai Peninsula, highly populated, and finally the region we know as the West Bank was occupied. And the thinking was occupied for now until we figure out what to do with it. A lot of Israelis believed that a phone call would come almost immediately from the defeated Arab states saying, fine, let's make peace, let's go beyond what was merely an armistice, that is a ceasefire in 1949, and let us actually solidify our relationship, and we will have the right to exist, and we will have secure borders. That phone call did not come, but those regions were kind of like waiting to be dealt with. In the case of the Sinai Peninsula, as we shall see, it was ultimately given to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty, but no such arrangement was made ultimately for the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Now, those are areas which are occupied: the Sinai Peninsula, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank. Two regions were annexed, and this is quite distinct from occupied. Annexed means that these regions were formally incorporated permanently into the territory of Israel. And those two regions are East Jerusalem, which has an incredible spiritual, political, and emotional significance for Jews, as well as for the Arabs living in this region who are now using the term Palestinian specifically to define the indigenous populations. And also the Golan Heights, which has military significance because it's a mountainous region that overlooks the lowlands in Syria to the northeast and overlooks the lowlands in Israel to the southwest. So whoever controls the Golan Heights has, at least with conventional weapons, a huge military advantage. So those regions were permanently annexed to the state of Israel. But the occupied territories were still waiting for some kind of final resolution. Much of that resolution occurred in 1978 when Anwar Sadat, shown here in a famous photograph, shaking hands with his interlocutor Menachem Begin, the Prime Minister of Israel, with the American President Jimmy Carter in the center, called up each other, and they ultimately made a peace treaty. That peace treaty was between Egypt and Israel, obviously, and the main territorial concession on Israel's part was to give up the Sinai Peninsula. As you can see in this map, it was ceded to Egypt in 3 stages: Zone A, B, and C. It was not an extremely difficult thing for Israel to do because it was largely unpopulated, although there were some extremely emotional moments for Israelis who felt that the Gaza territory should be retained and had begun settling there. The Gaza Strip, however, was not something that Egypt wanted to reclaim, and so it remained under Israeli occupation. A very difficult status for it to occupy, both for the Gazan Palestinians and also ultimately for the Israeli occupiers of that territory. Another change happens in 1993 when, after the fall of the Soviet Union, changes a lot of the geopolitical dynamic of the region. Yitzhak Rabin, shown here, the Prime Minister of Israel on the left, reaches out to his counterpart, Yasser Arafat, the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And with the sponsorship of American President Jimmy Carter at the center, they also have another classic photo shoot of shaking hands. And that results in a peace treaty that's not nearly as successful as the one that Israel has with Egypt. Basically, this creates a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority. And the thinking was that this would be a roadmap. This is a term that many Western powers use, a roadmap to an eventual 2-state solution. Israel and Palestine living side by side with secure borders. And they looked at the map of Israel and specifically looked at the demographic density of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in particular. And the thinking was that so a certain amount of territory would be given over to Palestinian control, and with trust-building measures on both sides, ultimately that authority would expand and expand until ultimately there was a Palestinian state. Those trust-building measures did not work. There was a lot of internal fighting among the Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank, and with both regions. There was a lot of hard feelings for the Israelis, particularly when the construction of a huge wall began to separate Israel proper from the West Bank, which was felt by many Palestinians to be an unfair arrogation of territory to Israel. And ultimately, the Palestinian Authority has not succeeded in overcoming the objections to its existence, and ultimately Israel and the Palestinians have yet to formalize anything near a 2-state solution. And this is before we even talk about Jerusalem, which is hotly contested as the capital of both the state of Israel and the potential state of Palestine, nor does it address the issue of the return of the refugees from the 1948-1949 war and their descendants, many of whom are still living in refugee camps in Arab states surrounding the land of Israel. So it's has not been a success like the arrangement with Egypt has been a success. The last major political change up until the point when I'm recording this video is the controversial disengagement from Gaza that was effected in 2005 under Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. The Gaza Strip, as I've intimated over this lecture, has always been a very problematic territory for Israel. The Jews are highly outnumbered in this densely populated and very close quarters urban region. Now, there were several successful economic ventures run by Israelis in the Gaza Strip, but the cost of maintaining those settlements and both in terms of material, financial resources, and also to a certain degree the political will of most Israelis who viewed many of the settlers of Gaza, the Jews who had settled in Gaza, to be ideologically very radical and not representing the best interests of Israel when it comes to an eventual peace treaty with the Palestinians. Ariel Sharon looked also at the demographic factors that the Palestinians were reproducing at a much higher rate. They had a higher birth rate than Israelis, and ultimately the problem of the demographic imbalance between Jews and Palestinians in Gaza was only going to get worse. That also is combined with the fact that Gaza has a much more radical political climate than the West Bank. And in fact, Gaza and the West Bank are still at war with each other as I record this video. And so ultimately, Ariel Sharon made the controversial decision to simply remove all troops from Gaza. And Israel still controls its borders, which is found to be very difficult for the Gazans living there. There are blockades, for example, of various ships that want to bring aid to Gaza, and Israel contends that they're bringing military aid as well as humanitarian aid. So Gaza is in a very dire situation with no clear outlet at the time that I'm recording this. So if we look at the map of Israel kind of in summary here, you see basically what happened is on the left, this is sort of what it looked like before Israel was a state. Hence it's called in this map Palestine Transjordan, because this region was given to the British by the League of Nations to determine how to sort out the claims of the Jews and the Arabs who wanted this territory. Then in the center map, you have the 1947 plan, which is kind of in the yellow. And then after the war of 1948-49, the orange territories are given to Israel, or the orange territories are taken over by Israel. And then in 1967, which is not shown here, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, which is not labeled, and the Sinai Peninsula, as well as the Golan Heights up towards Syria, is conquered by Israel. And then on the map on the right, you see what it looks like basically just before 2005. Egypt gets the Sinai Peninsula back as a result of their 1978 peace treaty. The Golan Heights is taken over by Israel and annexed along with East Jerusalem. These happened in 1967. Also shown here, once we're looking at the top of the map, Lebanon is a very destabilizing country in the region, and the Israelis did fight a couple of wars with Lebanon, and so they established a security zone there, which is not considered part of Israel proper by anyone, although it definitely is controlled by Israel. So the West Bank still remains under Israeli control, with some regions that have some autonomy under the Palestinian Authority. The Gaza Strip, shown here, is simply abandoned by Israel in 2005, although they still control the borders. And that's basically what Israel looks like today. Okay, very complicated topic, very heated kind of topic, but I hope that just looking at the maps will give us some sense of how the political contours of the conflict evolved over the 20th century, and let us hope for peace. Yeah, I hope you found that information useful, and I look forward to speaking with you again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Essential Lectures in Jewish History. I hope you like this beautiful new green screen I have behind me. I can do all kinds of cool things with it. I just got it this morning, and I hope I'll be able to put all kinds of excellent pictures behind me and use it in so many ways that you will be able to appreciate these videos even more. Okay, so over the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to give you a very quick overview of American Jewish history. This is a complicated thing for me to talk about because it's so close to me. It's like right in front of my face. And as historians, we generally like to talk about things that happened a long time ago. The things that happen right now are much more difficult for us to figure out. So we usually give those things to the political scientists or sociologists. And the things that happen in the future, we give those generally to the Department of Prophecy, which is quite a ways down the hall from my office. But let's talk very quickly about American Jewish history. Okay, so there are three significant waves of Jewish immigration, and they are significantly larger as we move on throughout history. The first wave are the Sephardic Jews who come in the 17th century, starting really in the 1650s, and they're tiny little populations that established beachheads in places like Charleston, South Carolina, or New York as well. These are populations that in many ways were fleeing the Spanish Inquisition as it reached out to the colonies. One of the first populations of Jews that arrived in New York, for example, were Jews from South America who had made it here, petitioned the authorities to live in this region, and received extensive rights, especially when New Amsterdam became New York. But these are tiny little settlements of Jews making very, very little impact on the overall population. A more significant population of Jews comes in the 1840s, primarily from Germany. And the Jews who are coming to America at that time are primarily fleeing economic difficulties, economic restrictions, sometimes a certain amount of anti-Semitic discrimination that comes, for example, from restrictive marriage laws that would only allow a certain number of Jews to marry per family and so on. So they come to America to try and, the land of opportunity to explore new options for them. The third and largest group of immigrants comes after the 1880s, and these are Jews primarily from the former Russian Empire. In the early 1880s, there's a series of pogroms, that is, these kind of spontaneous attacks on Jewish populations that the Russian Empire proved incapable of halting over 4 years of sporadic violence. These pogroms, especially in the 1880s, were not huge and extremely violent attacks like we would see in the 20th century, although they would escalate. They would get much worse in 1903, 1905, 1919, and then especially, of course, in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, the fact that the Russian Empire was not able to really stop them was something that was very significant for the Jews of Ukraine, Poland, and regions like that. And so combine that with the anti-Semitic policies of the Russian government and the lack of economic possibilities in the region, meant that a lot of Jews sought out the Golden Medina, the golden land that was the New World. And so about 1.7 million Jews came from Eastern Europe to America between 1880 and 1924. At that time, the American government began to really shrink the immigration quotas, and very few Jews were allowed into the country. Tragically, this was also the case during the Holocaust, although many Jews chose to go to other countries, South America, a significant number to Israel in the early Zionist movement, Canada, a civilized country to the north, which has, for example, universal health care, things like that. So these are, that's the basic three major waves of Jewish immigration. And once again, they get progressively larger. There's a certain amount of internal conflict between the waves of Jews. The German Jews, for example, although very charitably inclined towards their compatriots from, or I should say their co-religionists from Eastern Europe, nevertheless regarded them with some disdain because they tended to be much lower on the socioeconomic ladder, coming in as immigrants, and they had to work their way up from let's say, being pushcart sellers of recycled goods, until they finally were able to establish some kind of storefront, and then in some cases even establish large department stores. By and large, the story of American Jewry in America is, did I say that? By and large, the story of Jews in America is a very successful one in which Jews really take advantage of the tremendous opportunities of this land in order to grow their primarily economic situation, their educational situation, and so on. But at the same time, there is a huge decline in religious observance. We should bear in mind that, particularly for those Jews leaving Eastern Europe in the 1880s, these were Jews who were bucking the system. These were Jews who were going against the conventional wisdom, which was that America was not the golden Medina, the golden land. It was, in fact, the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, primarily because of its dearth of major Jewish institutions such as schools, synagogues, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, you name it. There was very little here for Jews coming from Eastern Europe. And so as a result, those Jews who tended to immigrate before the Holocaust tended to come with a kind of willingness to adapt to America, a special desire to learn English, and even to refrain from teaching their children Yiddish, the overwhelmingly dominant vernacular of Eastern Europe. And they were willing to become Americans, do everything it took to become Americans. This was not the case for the Jews who came after the Holocaust, who were not immigrants, they were refugees. Whereas the immigrant mentality is, I'm open to this country, I'm going to make myself over like this country, this is totally new and different, and I embrace it. A refugee comes with the mindset, my home was destroyed, my culture was destroyed, I will not open myself up to this foreign environment, I am going to make this foreign environment like my old home environment in Eastern Europe. And so there's a huge marked distinction between those two groups. Let's move ahead a little bit, because there's a lot to cover, and I really want to focus on the turn of the 21st century. One of the major stories of American Jewry, besides the tremendous growth economically and educationally in terms of their advancement in all fields of human endeavor, really, is the decline in the character of their Jewish observance and their Jewish identity in many ways. It is a story of increasing assimilation. We should understand that term. Assimilation, if you borrow it from the chemical sciences, essentially refers to like dissolving a solid within a liquid, and so that the solid is no longer visible. That's kind of a harsh term to use when you talk about Jews in America, because in many ways they tend to remain insistent on certain Jewish markers of identity. For example, most surveys indicate that Jews, no matter how tenuous their connection to Judaism is, they nevertheless retain a high degree of pride in their Jewish identity, and they will strongly identify themselves as a Jew, even if the other behaviors that they may manifest will not necessarily be in harmony with that view. On the other hand, every other marker shows Jews kind of walking away from Judaism. In the 2013, the Pew research study appeared, which was an especially damning report on the state of Jewish identity in America, and it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And this is a phenomenon that had been observed for several decades. It's at the state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Now, obviously, there are differences between the denominations. And in fact, in many ways, America is the place where many of the denominations really flourish. We spoke about denominations in an earlier lecture. But here in America, the conservative movement and the reform movement, for example, grew apace throughout the 20th century. But their intermarriage rates grew commensurately. But their intermarriage rates grew at a commensurate rate with the growth of the denomination. It's a very serious phenomenon, especially when you join that to the fact that roughly 1/4 of all children born of intermarriages, and this is referring to whether the mother or the father is Jewish. Jewish law traditionally ascribes Jewish identity only to those children born of a Jewish mother, or those who convert to Judaism. Only 1/4 of children born of a marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew identify themselves as Jews. So you combine intermarriage with a low level of identification of children of intermarriage, and you see the Jewish community is in many ways essentially marrying itself out of existence in America. There are other factors involved. For example, Jewish women tend to be highly educated. They're one of the most highly educated of all ethnic groups in America. High education is often correlated with low levels of fertility, meaning Jewish women are much less likely to have children because they postpone childbirth till their education and their careers are well underway. So the Jewish birth rate is about 1.1 overall, well below replacement value. And again, there's denominational shifts in that. The Orthodox birth rate is quite a bit higher. It's about 4 and a bit per family, but nevertheless still a very serious phenomenon for the long-range demographic of the Jews, because Orthodox Jews constitute only about 10% of the American Jewish population. Now, I'd like to spend the last couple minutes of this video talking about Samuel Heilman's thesis. That's an extremely important one for us to understand if we're going to look at the future of the Jews of America. I know I said prophecy was down the hall, but this is a phenomenon that we have observed for the last half century, and so therefore it's worth discussing in this context. Here's basically what Dr. Heilman argues is happening to American Jewry. If you were to look at, well, let's say we make a chart, and let's say on the vertical axis we put the number of Jews. Okay, so higher up on the y-axis you have more Jews, lower down you have less Jews. And then on the x-axis, let us place levels of Jewish identification, which means obviously Jews who are observant tend to be very high in that scale, but at other groups, like let's say quite determined Jewish Zionists or Jewish socialists, people who are really well invested and have lots of daily markers in their lifestyle of Jewish identity, they would score high on that score. So if you looked at American Jewry in 1950, you have a significant number of Jews who were towards the non-identified or non-affiliated area of that chart. And then you have a very small amount who are highly affiliated. And you have a big camel hump in the middle of Jews who are moderately affiliated. Those moderately affiliated Jews were extremely important for the maintenance of Jewish life to the right of them, meaning those Jews who are highly affiliated. And I'll explain why. Because if you look at the Jews at the turn of the 21st century, for example, you'll see that there's an even larger group of Jews who are non-affiliated and remarkably low levels of Jewish identification. You have a higher incidence, small but still higher incidence of Jews who are highly affiliated. This might refer to the burgeoning so-called Baal Tshuva movement, those Jews who become observant later in life, which really took off after the Six-Day War in the late 1960s. And so there's a significant number of Jews who are sort of returning to Judaism, very significant numbers. But the moderately affiliated Jew, that camel hump that was present in the very first slide, the very first period that we're talking about, they've disappeared and they're basically nowhere. So that, is a very scary thing for a demographic perspective, but it's even more serious because if you think about the money that those people used to invest in Jewish life. In the 1950s, people who might not necessarily, for example, send their children to Jewish schools would nevertheless give a donation to a local Jewish school because they believed in the idea of Jewish education. Or they might not necessarily visit Israel, but you know what? They would give to United Jewish Appeal. They would give their money, as it were, to the right. In the 21st century, however, even though Jews are in general much more wealthy, the third, fourth generation are much more wealthy than their precursors, their money is typically going to other philanthropic causes, very valuable ones, but not Jewish. For example, the art gallery or local hospital, lots of causes which are really important for the general society, but they are impoverishing the Jewish institutions that support those in the right. So Dr. Heilman argues that if this trend continues, it will be impossible financially for Orthodox Jews to maintain their lifestyle in this country, and they will in fact have to immigrate to Israel. That's a very dire kind of prediction. At any rate, that's a very quick overview of American Jewish history from its beginnings in the 17th century with emphasis on the early 21st century. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you love this new green screen. I'm going to have so much fun with it. Okay, I'll talk to you in the next lecture.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. I'd like to talk today about Soviet Jewish history. And unlike most of the other things I talk about in this series, I actually know a little bit about this because I did my dissertation work on the Jews of Ukraine during the period of the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So I'll try to talk fast and really only say the things that are most important so that you get the essential lecture in Jewish history. Okay, so let's think about what do we mean when we say Soviet Jewish history. The Soviet Union was a transformed Russian empire that emerged after World War I. It had a revolution in 1917 that overthrew the Tsarist Empire, also known as the Russian Empire, and it lasted until 1991 when it finally fell apart for a variety of reasons that maybe we'll have a chance to touch on. It's not really appropriate to refer to it as Russia per se because the area is made up, by the way, it's a large area. It covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface. We're talking about a massive amount of territory. And it covers many different ethnicities who are not at all Russian. And in fact, many who are not at all happy about being included in Russia in one form or another. So we'll speak about the Soviet Union, prior to that, the Russian Empire or the Tsarist Empire. So anyways, there was a revolution at the beginning of 1917 as people were very upset with the costs of war, with the declining economy, and that overthrew the Tsar and put in place a provisional government. That provisional government lasted for about half a year and then was overthrown again at the end of the year. Now, you may notice I haven't mentioned specific months because the Russian Empire was literally behind the rest of the world by 11 days in the 20th century. They used an older calendar that had been revised by Western Europe a millennium earlier, and so they what they called February was actually what the rest of the world called March, and what they called October was called by the rest of the world November. That just gives you a sense of how different Russia was in many ways. At any rate, you have a first revolution in the beginning of 1917, a provisional government that was not especially effective, and then that concludes with another revolution, which is really the communist revolution. The communist revolution, led by a man named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, represented an attempt to take the socialist principles of the Jewish author Karl Marx, Jewish but anti-Semitic. He was the classic example of a self-hating Jew, and I have a lecture on that. You can check it out if you like. Anyways, they attempted to put socialist principles into practice with this idea of shared wealth, this idea of shared resources, of nationalizing industry, of deprivatizing, collectivizing agriculture, all kinds of things like that. In the first couple of years after the revolution, this was really impossible because World War I was still going on, and while they were hemming and hawing, the Germans were occupying a large portion of the Russian Empire. So they were engaged for the first couple of years in a period they called war communism, which represented an attempt to dramatically and rapidly introduce communism to the population, which it was really quite upset about in many ways. There was a heavy atheistic campaign, which would later be expressed in a magazine with the interesting title Bezbozhnik, which means the godless. The Hebrew title, or the Yiddish title, was Apikoros, the heretic, in which there was a tremendous amount of violence done to religious individuals and their institutions. Churches blown up, things like that. Synagogues ransacked for holy books and then transformed into public halls for theaters, things like that. War communism ended about 1920 when the war and the Civil War had slowed down. Let me mention the Civil War in a second. And that was followed by a period called the New Economic Policy, in which a lot of the communist doctrinaire ideas of war communism were sort of stepped back because the population was simply not having it. And these kind of restrictive policies were relaxed for a while. Now, let me talk very briefly about the revolutionary years and the Civil War, because it's an extremely important period in Jewish history. Basically, when the The Russian Empire fell apart in the beginning of 1917, and especially when the Communist Revolution happened at the end of 1917, Jews were in a very unusual situation. They constituted a significant minority in the overall population, but an especially important minority in the urban centers. As we've discussed many times before, Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas, and they tend to also be quite literate. And as a result, you've got these islands of Polish, Jewish, Russian cities surrounded by, for example, Ukrainian peasants or Polish peasants and things like that. And the Jews were a very important element in the actual life of these cities, and their high literacy rate meant that they had especially important roles to play in the functioning of this burgeoning new post-Russian Empire government. Several of these emerging states that were built up temporarily after the fall of the Russian Empire, most significantly Ukraine, but also in many ways the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course Poland, experimented with giving communal rights to Jews in exchange for their help with nation building. Ukraine had by far the most aggressive and ambitious program, declaring Yiddish a national language, establishing a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that would sit within the government. Fascinating period that I actually spent a lot of time writing about, and you can check out my book. It's probably still in print somewhere. I think it's being translated into Ukrainian right now. At any rate, that whole kind of bold and exciting new creativity ended in tremendous tragedy because these incipient governments could not control the violence in the countryside, and the violence was incredibly overwhelming. There were many different armed bands roving across the countryside, particularly in Ukraine, that were associated with one force or another, including the so-called white armies, which wanted to bring back the Tsar, to roll back the Communist Revolution, the pro-Ukrainian Directory armies that wanted to keep in place the new Ukrainian government, anarchists that were especially significant in certain regions around the Dnieper River. You had the Red Army was also quite active in that region. Of course, they eventually would be ultimately successful. And there were bands of hooligans and all kinds of groups that were just wandering around. And since there was no government, no power that could really effectively control the violence, it exploded in a sea of blood. By conservative estimates, there are about 50 to 60,000 Jews killed. It's quite likely that the number is significantly larger, although we lack really solid census data to get a solid handle on it. Be that as it may, there's no question that the violence of the year 1919 eclipsed anything that happened in the last 1,000 years prior to it, including the 1648 Khmelnytsky massacres, including the Crusades and so on. It was a period of tremendous and horrible violence perpetrated not only against Jews, but also against other minorities, such as Mennonites, Poles, and others. And as a result, it's unfortunate, just to step back and think about this historiographically for a minute, this violence has largely been occluded by the much more horrific violence of the Holocaust. But there's no question that the two periods are very closely related, and many historians have begun to have a closer look at 1919 in particular to understand how that influenced the later growth of violence in the region. At any rate, the Red Army ended up victorious. Many Jews began to support the Red Army and, by extension, the communist movement, primarily because they were the only army that was able to establish order in the region. And order is extremely important for all minorities because that's the only way that they can have a safe living space. And the Soviet Union began apace in the 1920s. I've already mentioned now, let's go back to our kind of timeline. So you had the war communism period, which is kind of like 1917, 1918 to 1920 or 1921, depending on how you want to count it. Then you have the new economic policy, which is like 1921 to about 1924. And unfortunately, during this time, which was kind of like a relaxation of communist principles, Vladimir Lenin had a stroke. And he spent about 2 years being really incapacitated, and his deputies began to jostle with each other for control. Most important were Trotsky and Stalin, And ultimately, Trotsky lost, and Stalin became the new leader of the Soviet Union, which he led until his death in the early 1950s. Stalin was no friend of the Jews. Stalin was an incredible anti-Semite, particularly in the sense of wanting to destroy their national specificity. He did have, the ability to work with individual Jews who had adopted communist ideals, but the idea of a Jewish community, the idea of religion, was anathema to him, even though he himself was a former seminarian. There's a whole story involved with that. At any rate, during the 1920s, while there was still this sort of struggle as to who would control the Soviet Union, there was a brief flourishing of cultural activity among many minorities. Not only the Jews, but also the Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Poles, all these various national minorities had an unusual period of creativity that was determined by a policy called korenizatsiya, or rootification, roots in the sense of like plants. The idea being that Marxism recognized the authenticity of indigenous cultures, which in this case would refer to, for example, Yiddish Jewish culture, devoid of all religious elements. So a tremendous amount of money and energy was poured into trying to encourage Jews and other minorities to develop their cultural activities insofar as they were consistent with the values of communism, which meant, of course, stripping them of any religious environment, stripping them of any kind of hostility with other nationalities, because this was to be the period of druzhba naroda, of the friendship of peoples, things like that. And it was like a huge renaissance of Yiddish culture in particular. This extended throughout the 1920s until Stalin really gained control, and he put his foot down. By 1930, all of these various sections of the Jewish Party, including the Jewish section of the Communist Party, abbreviated under the term Yevsektsiya, Yevreysky Sektsiya, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, they were shut down, and you go into a period of darkness as Stalin begins to initiate the so-called purges. The purges were a horrible, terrible time in Soviet history when Stalin encouraged individuals to rat on their neighbors, in some cases even rat on their spouses, their parents, their siblings, incredible, horrible things where people would be accused of being saboteurs, of wrecking the economy. There's a lot to say about this. I'm going to skip through it. But basically, the entire Soviet Union turned into this sort of prison camp where people were suspicious of their neighbors, suspicious of their family members, and anytime a person got ratted out, they would be hauled in to speak to the precursor of the KGB, known at that time as the NKVD, and they would be interrogated, sometimes tortured, and forced to divulge the name of 10 other wreckers. Then these other so-called wreckers, who really had nothing to do with the downfall of the economy, would then be similarly arrested. They would also be interrogated, tortured, and they would reveal another 100 people. And the whole society was going into a spiral of destruction throughout the 1930s. This was interrupted primarily by World War II. And we have more to say about that in the lecture on the Holocaust, but basically Stalin signed an agreement with Hitler that lasted from 1939 till 1941, in which they both agreed to divide the regions that separated them, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states. And then Hitler double-crossed Stalin in 1941, and that began the so-called Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. At that time, between 1941 and the end of the war, a few years later, Stalin sort of put brakes on his anti-Semitic campaign and his other anti-nationalistic campaigns because he wanted to, try to bring all the minorities together under the anti-war effort. And that was successful for the Soviet Union, which eventually defeated the German army. But in the end, they had to reconstruct the country, and Stalin went back to his old anti-Semitic, anti-nationalistic policies. His death in 1953 was a stunning development for many Soviet citizens who believed that he was the great leader, a kind of a reincarnated Tsar, and his death left all but dissidents really shattered. It's an amazing phenomenon, not for this conversation. But anyway, we go into the next phase of Soviet Jewish history when now at this point, of course, the state of Israel exists. Many Jews are seeking to leave the Soviet Union to come to Israel, and many also want to come to the United States. But in a strange kind of quirk of Soviet thinking, those Jews and other nationalities who wish to leave the Soviet Union are in themselves sort of an advertisement for the failure of communism. Because why do they want to go? If everything's perfect here, if this was a workers' paradise, why would anyone want to go? Obviously, their departure looked bad in the Soviet Union. And so many Jews who applied for exit visas were refused, and they were called refuseniks because they were denied the ability to leave the country to emigrate to Israel or America and so on. As a result of tremendous pressure from the West, especially Jewish communities here in the United States, ultimately, and there's many other factors involved, trade issues, economic issues, military issues. Ultimately, the Soviet Union was forced to relent, and a trickle of Jews in the 1970s eventually became a river, and finally a thundering stream by the time you get to the 19. Many of those Jews migrated to Israel, which fundamentally changed the demographic there in very significant ways. Many of them moved to Brooklyn as well, and so that enriched the Jewish civilization in this great city. Ultimately, the end of the Soviet Union came in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power. And for a host of reasons, once again, beyond the scope of these short lectures, he decided that the right approach would be to impose perestroika, or restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, trying to bring communist policies more in line with the standards of Western Europe and the United States. This proved to be impossible because many of the various non-Russian nationalities living in the Soviet Union really demanded independence. And so by the early 1990s, starting with the Baltic states and with Ukraine, these states seceded and the Soviet Union fell apart and was reborn as Russia proper, much smaller in territory than the Soviet Union, nevertheless still quite a huge state, and Jews, of course, were at this point free to leave. But at the same time, there is a renaissance of Jewish culture in many of these post-Soviet states. We'll have to leave that for another lecture. Okay, that's your quick essential lecture on Soviet Jewish history. I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
All right, welcome everyone. So why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the Great Eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, there's no one really like Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who were at Charlotte Shudis. You heard this, like Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and as she gets on, the bus driver is very friendly to her. So she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you. I think I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, you know, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives him some more peanuts. And this goes on several times. And so finally he says to her, listen, you know, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor, Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and a place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the costs, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fustat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb, but the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews, but at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus, or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status, or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly in first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course they would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, And so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of texts in Ramban's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
You mentioned Saladin. So was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? Because he also was the last one. And the Jews were peripheral to the Crusades, but they weren't.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. It's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the bile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the 4 languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community, because it meant that, you know, the terminology could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. These are all things, writings of Rambam. You know, I looked all.
I agree. I hope so. Hey, dude, watch. I just sent you a link. I just did a really, like, the best interview I've ever done. Watch it. I'll watch it with you. Well, I'm a streamer, and I'm interviewed by a streamer. This is as much a stream as you've ever seen in your entire life. But I talk about world peace for most of it. You'll love it. I talk about X Straight Savage. I talk about his community. I talk about Aiden Ross, and I talk about Emmerich, and I talk about you'll learn.
In all the yeshivas here in Miami, no one could find it. Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, you know, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings, really at the top of his field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates.
Yes.
Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac, but no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary oeuvre, very significant. So, oh, look at this right here. This is what, oh, Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question, not too hard. Yes, he had a wife and he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Guinness in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's written with. The Ben Sira Guinness, I think it is the one at Fostad. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halachic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halachic works were written in very simple Hebrew, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we will recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad in Hebrew, means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you'll recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come back on, Mr.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means that I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship, as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot. Why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Moreh Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides, through Thomas Aquinas, that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Yes, Aaron. Right, so I think you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look in the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's go back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? This is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply and in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it, boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take the, and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, the 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, velo kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now, you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so don't not on Maimonides in that way.
No, it's just that how can you get rid of non-existent that can't be healthy at all? I mean, it's supposed to be doctor, very but we see one of the big differences between Judaism and Christianity is that we don't try to abstain completely from everything. Instead, recognize the issue and then deal with it and find that balance. So how can you say you should attack any anger?
Right. Well, that's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud, right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deos together. And we're going to have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short.
So does he mean more that you should strive to act like you have no anger? You can have and you can deal with it, but it shouldn't be as if like you actually recognize it.
It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achinuch, the anonymous author. Some say it's Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. More later. Okay. Can I see another hand? Because, I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Right. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. Li hanakama. Vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem geut lavesh. Hashem can dress in ga'ava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem ish melchama, but that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, that's a good one. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me the answer later. Let's get. This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with allegory. Oh my gosh, this is a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it was a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that, no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who, were predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that, you know, there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to say Aristotle, fine, sure, but you know, the citation is Mikom Lamdai Hiskalti, from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But you know, that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, you know, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, you know, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from. Yeah. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now, anyways, in the lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to the Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature, that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you know, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history. And ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. You know, eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rashba, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Moreh Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. And they set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred.
Is it felt that the remaining writings are legitimate?
So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really definitive code for today. Now, when Rav Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together 3 rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The 3 very important codes that were written, and if there was dispute between the 3 of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. That's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneur Zalman, the first Rothschild Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch HaRav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam, but he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was, what exactly did Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something that's so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. And of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right? The first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They are available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay, thank you. This week, Jews around the world will celebrate Jerusalem Day, or Yom Yerushalayim in Hebrew, which commemorates an important military victory in June of 1967 in the context of a very dramatic 6-day war. Specifically, Israel conquered parts of Jerusalem and brought it under one political rule, and conquered in particular the extremely valuable Old City, which contained the Temple Mount. If you look at some of the maps before and after, Israel, before its establishment as a state, was subject to the UN Partition Plan of 1947. The United Nations recognized the conflict over the territory. It was really quite involved as it is even today. And so the United Nations proposed dividing the land of Israel to 7 distinct sections, 3 of which were to be allocated to the future Jewish state, 3 of which were to be designated for some Arab nation. Jerusalem, because of its highly contentious nature, was to be an international zone by both nations. The Jewish state, soon to be called Israel, accepted these terms, but the Arab countries surrounding Israel refused. And in the war that ensued between 1948 and 49, Israel was able to actually gain more territory, but Jerusalem itself remained divided. You see in this map, the gray shaded area is what's called the West Jerusalem, and it was owned by Israel before the 6-day war. The line separating West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territories is known as the green line. You can see the dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, what was known as East Jerusalem was under Jordanian rule. The crucial central part of the city of Jerusalem, its historical core, was the Old City, and remains the Old City. You can see in this image the Temple Mount with the golden dome of the mosque on the Temple Mount there. The western wall is just to the bottom left of that major courtyard area, which is where the temple used to stand. And this was entirely under Jordanian control at the time. The tremendous number of abuses and atrocities that occurred in the Jewish section at the time, and Jews simply fled the Rova, the Jewish quarter, which was demolished by the Jordanians. In 1967, in the context of the war, however, Israel attacked Jerusalem, and within very short order, although there was some fierce door-to-door fighting, the region was captured and made part of Israel proper. Here you see one of the iconic photographs of the era with Israeli soldiers looking upward with deference and with awe at, as you can see in the background, the old stones of the Temple Mount in the background of the Western Wall. The moment of extreme political euphoria and religious religious ecstasy for many with the unification of Jerusalem, bringing this ancient capital into Jewish hands once again. This meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically a divided society. This Hebrew language map shows you West Jerusalem on the left-hand side, and on the right you see East Jerusalem, which has the Temple Mount, a small square area in the middle. East Jerusalem is heavily populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is far more Jewish in ethnography. The yellow section around the eastern parts are areas that have been added to the municipal boundaries of Jerusalem since then. And even though many political measures have been put in place to try to accommodate the very different socioeconomic and demographic and religious differences between Western and Eastern Jerusalemites, it nevertheless remains an area of great tension. The observances of Yom Yerushalayim vary across the Jewish spectrum. It's hard to disagree with the idea of how allowing Jews access once again to the Western Wall, even though there are lingering tensions with Muslims in the region. Many religious Jews observe this as a kind of new holiday with many traditional observances such as the recitation of the Hallel prayer. Other religious Jews feel that the imposition of a new holiday into the Jewish calendar is something that is really inappropriate for the pre-Messianic era, and this is an element of some controversy within the Orthodox spectrum in particular. But without a doubt, Yom Yerushalayim represents a huge victory for the Jewish state, a victory that's both military as well as symbolic, and thanks very much for watching. Hello, everyone. This week in Jewish history, a very important event in Middle Eastern politics. In November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to an Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader whose connection to Jewish history is especially important because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and in fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter looking in the background. This is at Camp David, the U.S. presidential retreat, where many of the details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasions from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, in a lightning victory, were not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge blow to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula. Nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel in an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period. It shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased at the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles, and so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere. But it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. And so they ask him, okay, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. And the father said to him, well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son says, Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same Jew. Okay, that's a joke. Okay, anyways, enough joking. Let's go straight to the present and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the welfare of the government, as the Mishnah continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority, they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these, but let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the Jewish General, or the General Jewish Workers' League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious. And in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious awaiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. And so there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints. And as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were, in fact, non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties. And this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second here. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger expanded government and a more important support system for the average citizens in government, tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakite, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you can see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party, but they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. If you view my lecture on Shimon Dubno, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. There's a lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that unlike Herzl's strategy was to, let's take that all back and start that sentence over again. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, of accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews the state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. And so they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that, you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like taking this into 3D. The z-axis are, of course, the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, to the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Yisrael, or Agudas Yisrael, how you translate Agudas, it means like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the association of Israel, if you will. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's the only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Agudat Yisrael basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just used political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And another z-axis goes up this way, because the Agudat Yisrael was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel and creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period, when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund is split in half, and the left half became Soviet. until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arbeta Ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Yisrael, of course, with the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel. And even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist Poale Zion, which the Aguda or labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionists and the revisionism mixed together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much. Yes. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to it here. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it. It's too late already. All right. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95. Cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back. And the third student says, you think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. That's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which is something that came out of his circle in Slat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism, really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you, anonymously. Okay, let's go. By the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge. And we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? You can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf in Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein asking the Shaila without hesitation, I should say Eloki just to be Yotze Koladeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. Now that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the Lion of Blessed Memory. Zal, like Zichron Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the Lion of Blessed Memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly the rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Levium and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, you know, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, you know, young Israel. Before we built the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was, viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things off a machine, and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful if you had to, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had, in Europe, developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. You know, people tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that, some of you are here, but and I have one or two people who are watching California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews, because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where, Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed on a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this New Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was Solomon, named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, and in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother, Mordecai, was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies, in Ladino.
I've been live streaming 24/7. This is more data than any person has on the internet. I essentially have a time capsule for society. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about a lot of things on the street that aren't really discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, like human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about immersion therapy. We talk about things like nootropics, cold shot therapies. We get into mind of it. No one's ever told you this before, then I am privileged to be the first person to say to you, ETO, and to Marcel, I don't think you're going to die. You're like, what do you mean, Rabbi? I am an advocate for something known as life extension technology into mind uploading technology. We scan your brain, you have to lay it down as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. You choose it. Your real being. And essentially, you can live easy if you want a indefinite, perhaps a digital immortality. And if you want to die, and you can do that too. The choice is yours. But just know that people don't normally talk like this, but I do. I have confidence in what I do. I've been successful in everything that I've done, and I'm going to be successful in it. What do you think about Palestine? I for world peace. So with that, when watching History of Judaism lectures, feel free to participate. Glad you're here.
No, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France.
I'm adjusting
So
to computers.
He has Ashkenazi background, he also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of Sephardi in France today, but at that time, were most of the
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland, and we're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they really diverge significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Baalei Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham, Ben Sira, Mr. Ben Ezra. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got his, this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that it gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, in tremendous trove. And through pouring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzchak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents and bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather.
What's going on? Hold on, am I going to get in trouble for self-promotion? Because I talk about myself a lot. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, no. No, I understand, but people in that Discord, with all due respect, within the last 5 minutes, came in here and started yelling hard and the hard R's, and also they sent me World War II imagery every day. Nobody wants to be around those kind of people. Absolutely, dude. I stream my life 24/7 for World Peace. I just did an interview with the streamer. I don't know if you know who he is. He's on Kick. His name is Sam Bond. And I do a shout out to everybody in Aiden's stream and how nice you guys are. Oh, yeah, dude, this thing's going viral. Yeah, dude, this thing's going viral. Yeah, dude, this thing's going viral. I'll play it right now. Dude, tell everybody you know. This fucking thing is amazing. And I got another interview. With Ori, if you know who Ori is, because he thought I did such a good job. So just, yeah, I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people dying. So some of the other things we talk about, I mean, honestly, I talk about them all right here. So I'm going to just start this, and you'll see. I'm a pretty legit dude. Here it is. Here's my interview with Sam Bond. He's a Kick streamer. It's starting up right now. It's 39 minutes, and I answer all the questions that you probably have. And this thing's going viral. So everybody know about it. I tell, if anything, guys, listen to me on this. Buy this cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter of Homicide Academy. When I was talking about it then, it was worth 31 cents. That was less than 48 hours ago. After this interview, it's at 34 cents, and it's just going up. So here we go. Oh, what's it saying? This video contains content from WMG. What is that? How does it? It doesn't do that. Hold on a second. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Never fear. Rabbi's here. There we go. We're streaming. Thank you guys. Check out the watch together. Actually, check the watch together. The watch together. Watch the watch together. I'm about to do a shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Down here. I just had to adjust my camera. I just. Sure. I was hitting golf balls after work. I'm a certified passive man. And I was a member of the Players Club at Tiger Woods' former course. And after work, I was hitting golf balls, and I wanted to see what my swing looked like. So I started getting my phone out and recording myself. And some of the things that I would say to myself were kind of funny. Some of my shtick, like maybe the ball would go in the right direction, and I'd play up on play. I might make a joke. And I thought, this is pretty funny. I got like nature family might watch this and see what their dad was like. So I started uploading that after work every night. And I realized that I had a lot of lot of apps on the App Store, Google Play, that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than money. And so what I did was essentially start to archive my life as opposed to just put it on the phone. And I bought 6 Chromebooks that were putting around my life and started life. So I should far north in Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the mountains and west is like Santa Monica, Disneyland, Beverly Hills. I got a ton of footage from there. And, yeah, I know where. Great question. He's asking me literally these questions. I answered them. But to give you an idea, there was a performance art project by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, known as Red Piece, that was done twice during the 1970s. It just made people aware of peace, and I did the same. And I inject peace discussions into every discussion that I have. Like right now, I'm on in 12 different discords, and I have bots that just literally say sending positive vibes. I'm doing everything I can to send positive vibes to the world. And you should know that you are currently in the epicenter of the internet right now. You're live on 33 different devices, on 33 different platforms. You're live on 12 different discords, including Hayden Ross and ISO Speed, and the biggest ones on with hundreds of thousands of people. So they may not all be able to hear me right now. And that brings a lot of attention to a one piece for one person. I do my best to be definite in all servers. I don't really care what people say. But if somebody wants me to talk in there, I generally don't have an issue so long as the tree is respectful. And like, I would say it's like listen, it's really good, but we can interrupt. And if you interrupt, not you guys are totally fine. But yeah, so it just makes it different. But we talk about life extension technology, ambient disclosure, mindfulness technology, de-extinction, where we're bringing back the woolly mammoth. There's a goal by Colossus Bioscientific to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028 and reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle. And if you're like, well, de-extinction, that seems really far off. It was first done in 2003 with the Pioneer ibex. So it's been done for 20 years. Very exciting. What did I? It's just, it's, well, yeah, definitely. I get you. I get you. I don't want to mod rule. I didn't even really know that was exactly. Oh, excellent. I am the #1 PC streamer in the history of Chaos Discord, and the #1 PC streamer in the history of ISO Speed's Discord. And the number. Yeah, I mean, I do my best to promote what peaceful message that we're watching. Like, currently we're watching history, lectures, and a lot of this has to do with bringing peace to the world. Like, I support world peace. I support world peace for people. I can tell you that. I want no more people to die. I want no more people to die. And that's how I say I want world peace. I want world peace. Do you still beat your wife? Do you still beat your wife? Still beat your wife? You see, this is a loaded question. I support world peace. Okay, then go do your thing. You and run this one. You're not this. That's okay. Hey, and you're welcome. You're welcome to have any. Sure. Absolutely. There's something 12 hours. So I sleep for 12 hours. I stop them so that I have a nice vibe, and then I sleep for another 12 hours, and then I just can do that for 8 different things. No, I got it. Dude, I just said I stream IRL, I stream far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert cities and the mountains, as far west as the beach. I have streamed in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and Disneyland and outside. I have 3 years worth of data for people to watch. So it's a lot. Great. 'He had a good one. He had a good one. What was it? You were in school today? You were in school earlier today? That was hilarious. Please, please do tell everyone you know. My favorite part about the Oh, totally. I think the same thing. Dude, it's, yeah, but I'm a grown man. Why do I have like a cartoon character? Until you find out that it's a meme coin. Okay, there you go. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, but okay, absolutely. But it throws people off. But then you find out it's worth $300 million, and you're like, oh, okay. Actually, now it's worth $340 million. It's a beautiful. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you look at my YouTube stream, it literally says Rabbi streams like 4 words. So it's like in the name. But I understand. I get what you're saying. It's in the name of the stream. I get what you're saying. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dude, share that video. I literally do a shout out to ABC. I like into Neon's Discord, but I say thank you so much to the Aiden Ross Discord. You guys have been really nice to me. I do a shout out to him. Okay, let me show it to you. Oh, hey, you, everybody just be quiet for a second. This is where I talk about Aiden. It's right after this. I just do shout outs to a bunch of people, but I did want the Aiden Ross Discord to know, really, from my heart, thank you for every stream and giving me a portal into my life. You're a sweetheart. Hey, I can have a help you. You let me know. I do the same thing for you that I tell everybody else. You're going to be a very rich person today. You're, you're either a creator in this world or you're a consumer. And you're a creator. So that means you're going to be able to write your own way. And you're going to be able to scan your brain if you want into a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. You'll be able to live a digital immortality, which is a really exciting future. It's a really exciting future. Excellent. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're amazing. Absolutely. Hey, you should know you're always welcome here. You don't have to stay here any longer than you want. You go do positive things. Come back whenever you're bored, and we'll check in. Okay? Exactly. We're friends, man. Absolutely. Big love you, baby. Take care, man. Absolutely. Knuckles. Take care, my friend. Shout out to you. Shout out to Aiden. Please do. Hey, we watch college football. We watch pro football. If you're in that, we watch Monday Night Football. We always have stuff going on in here. Absolutely. I'm Rabbi. Pleasure to meet you. Let me make sure I pronounce that correctly. Zyru. Excellent. Excellent. This is the epicenter of the internet. Take care, Zyru. Thank you so much. Shout out to Zyru. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Shout out to world peace lovers everywhere. You know, people really say how much they like when I say positive vibes. I think it's really sad that you let the moderators get too much power. My inbox is full of people who say they appreciate the positive vibes.
He has some. It's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of an interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts and made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Toras Nigle, the revealed Torah, and Toras Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed, it means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Toras Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. one of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzchak Luria himself, Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, start studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Batei Din and law and things like that indicate that his opinion about standard halacha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Guinness has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agree to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mikubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well-accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again? Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, I better get ready. Okay.
The secret fellowship thing, what was that? They had a secret fellowship to be up. What's the point of that? Isn't it English?
Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, okay, let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay. Everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside private and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you are a great person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Piaseczna Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay.
Well, similar kind of thing go around before
yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. You know, I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that, you know, you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people who walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. And then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, you know, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is, you know, charismatic or characteristics, of Luria. So let's go on to the Torah's Nigla now. So, the last thing he did. Now, the Rabbi, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rawda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh at one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. Someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Ridbaz, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time in Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak is, now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Sfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tana Rabbi Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. You can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. It's perfect for New Age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make the sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok L'Yisrael. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the band? He says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happened, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 Sfirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these Sfirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter, Bina, Chochmah, through all of these Sfirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to receive it. That's essentially what the Sfirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the Sfirot do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the human soul. They can be manipulated. They are interrelated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Devorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 Sfirot, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those Sfirot. We should imitate each one of those Chokhmah, Bina, Dat, those various Sfirot, well, not Dat in his Kor Devarim Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when, we're supposed to evince Gevurah, power. Like, let's say, for example, we're attacked, Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself, so it means it has to, energize the Sphira of Gevurah. By acting appropriately with Gevurah, we then, as it were, excite the Sphira of Gevurah, and God sends more of that power down into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these Sphirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevurah, then we should not. For example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says that's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevurah inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevurah, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. Well, let's go on. This is kind of a cool cover, right? This is like a baby palm tree. Okay. So, the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero who is not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater esteem. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu va'elu divrei Elokim Chaim, these and these are the world of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing, an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Maggid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Maggid told him to write down. So they're definitely, Kabbalah and Halacha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lecha Dodi ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath plane, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of Tzfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic discipline leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they've kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10 Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe, he, as it were, looked into the Torah as its blueprint, and they created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, because otherwise you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur in Lurianic thought means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Cordover and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called the Yehudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. The one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-science of gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class, but I don't even make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though. Anyway, so these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, "I know what happened at his home yesterday," and so on, all related to this grand scheme of the tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave in the tradition of Tzfat. The graves of tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it is a noted pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices Tikkun Olam we mentioned earlier. It's a very important concept for many in the liberal communities that it really trace themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in the space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel as reverberations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again. Okay. So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful you've come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Zach DeWeiser gave me some new jokes. So I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're really fine. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of delicious little hot dogs and I don't know, whatever. But all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there and he says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. So the rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute a couple of things I should draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room with my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time. And we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere. So we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bastovin. Anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bastovin? Mr. Weiser, you have. Excellent. Of course, it's a career education. Sarah Bastovin was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed for women and specifically address, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Rabbi Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. Because it's during that period of time, it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision. It speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email now to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful, as always, that we come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson. The time is 8. You're not paying attention. She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week, 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. Once again, we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes. It supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away," but you said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and to enjoy. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and, essentially relax his retirement and with his students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of. And he's known to followers of his thought, in Hebrew in particular, as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscenti, go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law. But at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The 2 of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of the Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. we should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, but like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not, whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people will say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? Yes. So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
Difficult under in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things common laws developed in England, but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay, good.
That's not helpful.
So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And then and if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying, what's the bottom line? What is the conclusion? And this debate, and engaging in this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. And in fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? These couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right, the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate, as much as possible, that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Chabib, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software, all of a sudden it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Linux was not on the scene yet. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who did this, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did primarily within the halachic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study in Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Dan.
Did he write a book? How was it expressed itself?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in incunabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, he wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Ta'adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10, you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double column pages with the footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal and I highly recommend it to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vosepis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. His commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and there are a lot of opaque passages and a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much.
These are just 2 of 4, I think.
This is thank you, my left, the assistant, Rick Moore, let's have him. Thanks. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, you should see who translated it, Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder, I'm not sure how, it's either Blinder or Blinder, I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well-received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism that, we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gone into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban, I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. They say in yeshiva, used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means it's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest. Whereas Rashi would only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interest. Yes.
Is this coming from Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting, but there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was.
Donkey, perhaps.
The talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you've read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor. And he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who had, escaped by getting under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. Hey, you're going to die. But so majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. That, there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, you can't see. But the Ramban, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Nachmanides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not diffuse the debate over Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Yeah. So moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Donning? I think it was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was the period when the church was ascendant, Temporal powers were losing their authority. And in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. No, how about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. That's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called servi kamerad, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically, the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash much more than most elements of society because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that servi kamerai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you can have, like Shloimi and Yitzchak and Rivka and Spritza and Seitel were living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of, which is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. I find that amusing. But at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. So the rabbi, he can't quite cross the street, but across the street there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi, and he gives it to him. The rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does is he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. Makes a lot of money. He says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day, and he's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, And she says, well, what happened? I mean, where's the money? He says, well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau. And she said, you idiot. You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat. He says, oh, it doesn't matter. There's some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in the end. Thank you, Mr. Weiser. It's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. Let's see here. Okay. Anyways, so oh yes, serving Cameron, right? So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful for various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing, allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're giving tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this. So what happens is as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Doman last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Wow, this is great. We have this amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. Look, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlemazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. When he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is. I'm not paskening halakha, especially not in the shul where the Rav is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning what will people think? It's a seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like me, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke. I'm in this church. Because then people say, "Oh, look at that! What's going on with Hillel Abramson? He's going to the church." So marit ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going in for the purpose of worship. So, let's say, for example, it happens sometimes. Because churches are large, open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it says a big for sale sign out front, no one's thinking it's Marit. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, isn't that amazing? And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay, so anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument you ask for. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate in that summer, and Nachmanides came out just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Pablo de Cristiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins, because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges were all clergymen, decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the Book of the Debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. So there's too much already, enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Cristiani the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you'll recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you gotta let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope, trying to get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost, and he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donan, the discussion last week, that if this ended badly, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and Pablo de Cristiani was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donan, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, "That Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus." And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prachia. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prachia, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever Pablo de Christiani came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. That's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so de Christiani was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so, a Yiddish cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in the prayer book. It's very powerful. Now, Aliza, didn't we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just open up your prayer books, page 994, please rise. But that was fun. Not fun. Okay, where is it? So let me read it to you because it is really it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year before Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually because, you never know what can happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Keep, my son, the discipline of your father and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, of hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, as Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart toward other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes. For it is written, Hashem reigns, He dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty. In his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be he, and that his presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently, so you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem, may you be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book, is because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful, exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great punishment, nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So I don't know. I think his last name was Ides, but that's about all I know. It was a joke. Not funny. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there were only 2 permanent residents in the holy city, 2 permanent Jewish residents. And when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, Oy vey is mir, he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. Got the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around this great scholar, if you can imagine, Lahavdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this, even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry, a very important, fascinating, and unusual period in medieval Jewish history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for today. It's not going to be a very long lecture, although if we look in detail at many of the specific individuals that I'll mention only in passing, there's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are three main populations, actually more than three, but three big ones that we're going to be concerned with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, in which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you'll have Muslims and a small Jewish population. And the same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you'll have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but this is especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history, is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at the quick history of Spain. So, first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there. But things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era, as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced baptisms, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable, and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You'll recall from a previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim advance. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order. All of a sudden, becomes Islamicized, and is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived within the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. This is a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now, that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal, and as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That'll be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and much better for Jews, the beginning of the Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this Golden Age of Spanish Jewry. Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power, and participated very actively, really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish backgrounds behind. Like, let's say, Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a baptized Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time, they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and really made his career in Tunisia to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanakid, or Samuel ibn Agrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary in the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba for over a decade. He ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, well, I should say this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which were represented kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you more in the next lecture. Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over this story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew, he went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out, they swim out there, and as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so they, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin ve'eno mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man, so says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate No, this is not at all. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough. It's nice to give the shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Bell Harbor. And whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years, and to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were primus inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Saadia Gaon was actually a Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Saadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism in Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world, the medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into 2 roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. Now, for various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them. And the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because and Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. a guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and well, I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things can be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes on and says, you know what? I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. You don't remember those? It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice. I can fit my family. The price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem. And the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly rush through to the end. So he's driving the car, he's going Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Car's going so nicely, he's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he's going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Car stops right at the edge, takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, Oh, Baruch Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism, a very major point. Another perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Taharat HaMishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion. And although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does, when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that. And these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shviragona, a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privilege, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim carnivals, or like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 9th century. I thought that was funny, but nobody got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also they were exempt from jizya, they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status. Ms. Abramson.
So is the reason that this part makes sense today because of the European choice and stuff like that? Like, what is the reason that?
Well, okay, that's a fascinating question, and we probably have to break it up because in the Muslim extremists today, including 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that on the way home. I actually have difficulty with my daughters driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But so, thank you, Mr. Lax. You know what I'm talking about. So the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times.
Would other people grant the same Jewish status as the Jews?
Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. In some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have a distinctly dualistic system, and also one last example. In the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population, and it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians had dhimmi status.
Is that the same?
I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no hard questions, okay? All right, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out in Saadia's life. So let's look at Saadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayyumi. Fayyumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis, his fathers going back far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11. Although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time, the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating in particular Arabic literature. And so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Saadia comes from the Karaites. Saadia was locked in a decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of fulminous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Saadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. Able to mine Karaite texts to see what Saadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get quite a sense of him. So who are the Karaites, very briefly? The Karaites were followers of one Anan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Saadia. And he essentially argued that the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or For example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholent. Now, does anyone know why they wouldn't eat cholent? Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, "Lo savaru eish b'chol moshvosechem." You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So, for the rabbinic Jews following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match, but if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a black, and things like that. But you may make use of it, and so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholent on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone cholesterol intake. But the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's some poskim who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. That's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. They spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Guinness findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Guinness documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sadia, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own. And though he would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be a kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influence, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
You said in one of the other slides that he had a large following by the age of 23. What type of following did he have? Was it mostly young people or older crowd? Because I imagine it's hard to follow someone who's so much younger.
It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really, it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis, but I don't really know. Good question, though. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always, the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the American Indians, of course, got it from us, like everything, But they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain peak to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, Dafka, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, it was Rosh Chodesh already, and they would throw things off. So that by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously by the 4th century. They're living in Iraq. They're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was seen. And according to his proposal, meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover, if you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. So there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years since the close of the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem. And in the rest of the Jewish world, they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars. And as it was really expensive, Hanukkah time, it was ridiculous. All the gifts you had to give for people far away. I'm in that kind of mood, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. He was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at that time in some of the documents we have with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura, because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, is particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who was called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exile, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat and the Yom Kippur kind of places like that, so it still survives in our liturgy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, And there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities? Or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sura. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance and in particular his performance during the calendar controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Sharira Gaon and Natan Abavli, who are chroniclers of the period, who said that that David ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Sura. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Sura as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David ben Zakkai. David ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me, I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David ben Zakkai. And he had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Sura, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Sura, and Sadia ben Gaon, reciprocated by appointing a rival exilarch, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, "Genug shoin," it's enough already. And they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away. And so ultimately, Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. Should I pause for any questions now? I'm giving you lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Ms. Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. You're still singing about that driving comment, huh? Okay. Now, yes, please.
It seems to be a very sad according to the Jewish history, I never when it's like kiddos and things like that. Is this ever mentioned? Clearly for me, it's the first time, but.
It's a big machlokus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And that's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Saadia Gaon. That David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Saadia Gaon was doing his own thing. And the two of them are in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Abramson, I knew you'd come up with something.
So, who did the people elect?
The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess the people favored Saadia because he's kind of like he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Saadia probably had the upper hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right? But people know Saadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little weiter. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Saadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they were very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross, right? That you have a big hunk of metal and you have to heat it up and you have to slowly take the silver away and separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Saadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halachic topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then a sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was it then, traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation. That it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. Simply to look up a particular halacha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Saadia Gaon taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Saadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Saadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Saadia. Saadia was really, I just dropped my microphone. Saadia was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist or there's a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is spirit of the times, like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the Zeitgeist, and he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he plopped it right in, and it worked. Rabbi Wunsch. Absolutely. He is completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Sadia's writings to know who he cites from, Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is, especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Nagrela to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as, phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musar at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed a little earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides and he comes to some odds, and he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah uses a lot of human imagery to describe God. Sadia shied away from that very heavily. Like, for example, even the phrase Vayomar or Vayomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech. It involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that. And that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes, Ms. Abramson. No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to like breathe, and you have to like form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether.
That's assuming that it's a consciousness that that's human characteristic of consciousness.
Yeah, well, God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes, Rabbi.
Would that have been totally influenced by Muslim thought?
Absolutely, it's Mutazilite.
This is liturgy of any sort.
Exactly, that's another good proof for your question earlier. The Mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halachic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Sura, he's writing teshuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest siddurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments, meaning commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Ms. Abramson, or, I'm sorry? Yeah. And, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick. And there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David ben Zakkai's father-in-law, gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, it's enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his erstwhile enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, of internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about? Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. However, welcome to another issue of This Week in Jewish History. On August 1st, we commemorate the birthday of a fascinating figure in 17th century history, the Masoret Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of Av, which fell out on August 1626. But that date is somewhat under dispute because it was promulgated by his followers who wished to advance the notion that he was in fact the Messiah. That is his claim to fame. He is perhaps the most famous false Messiah or pseudo-Messiah of modern times. Let's have a look at the images that illustrate his life. I'll tell you a little bit about the bizarre life story of Shabbat. Here is one of the iconic representations of Shabbat. You see this in a lot of different sources. It's unlikely to be an accurate rendition of his features. You can see it was probably done by a Christian artist because over on the right column in the background you see some attempt to demonstrate some Hebrew letters. Here's a couple other images of Shabbat Tzvi, commissioned because there was quite a bit of interest in the general world about what was going on with Shabbat Tzvi and why was he getting such a phenomenal following of Jews. Here's my favorite here, Christopher Columbus, I think, with his Nazi beret, and up on the top left and top right you see a couple other vignettes from his life history, which we'll go over shortly. The context was a very difficult one for Jewish history. In the middle of the 17th century, there was a tremendous uprising in Ukraine led by Rothschild and primarily against Jewish overlords and their Jewish leaseholders. This was also known as the Cossack Rebellion. They struck fear in the hearts of Jewish communities throughout the western region of Ukraine and Poland as they attacked Jewish populations mercilessly, resulting in thousands of Jewish deaths. So Jews felt that it was really time for the Messiah, and so Shabtai Tzvi was in the right place at the right time. He was an interesting individual, a very popular young man as a youth, known for his pleasant appearance and his beautiful singing voice. He was quite a child prodigy. At age 15, they could no longer find a Rabbi in his hometown of Smyrna who could teach him, and so he was given to wander alone in the forest and to contemplate. His behavior was increasingly erratic, and he was prone to what he called illuminations, moments where, on the one hand, he would be drawn to so-called ma'asim zari, or antinomian acts, or challenges to or Jewish practice, and on the other hand, he would have visions of God. He claimed to have learned how to levitate, and various other things. These were regarded as harmless idiosyncrasies, at first small eccentricities, and in fact, he had two early marriages, that both of which failed, until he began to actively promote himself as the Messiah, when the residents of Smyrna asked kindly that he leave. He wandered about for a while, going to the large cities of Salonika and Constantinople, and finally, when he met this man, Nathan of Gaza, he found a believer and a propagandist that would promote his vision throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. And it was really through Nathan of Gaza's efforts that Shabtai Tzvi's messiahship became known to the larger world. At this point, his behavior became even more erratic, especially on arrival in Jerusalem, where those behaviors that were considered somewhat strange or perhaps obsessive compulsive were seen in the highly spiritually charged environment of Jerusalem as perhaps being signs of a really elevated spiritual nature. And he garnered some supporters, particularly from Egypt, and his message spread far and wide. Ultimately, he engaged in some very strange activities. For example, he celebrated a wedding between himself and the Torah scroll. He ordered major changes and innovations in Jewish practice. He abolished fast days that he felt were no longer relevant in the time of Messiah. He famously married a young orphan from the Khmelnytsky rebellion named Sarah of dubious virtue. There's some question as to whether or not that marriage was ever consummated. In fact, they were divorced and then remarried somewhat later. But ultimately, all of his exploits led him to the conclusion that it was time to claim Israel from the Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed IV, who controlled the region at the time, and he would present his demands to the Sultan and say, all right, I'm here, it's time now to begin the Messianic era, and I would like to take control of Jerusalem. The Sultan thought about it for a while, and ultimately decided to imprison him while he contemplated his fate. In prison, Shabtai Tzvi garnered even more of a following initially, but ultimately the Sultan said to him, all right, I'm going to give you a choice. You may either persist in your attitude that you are in fact Messiah, and we will end your life and see what's what, or you may convert to Islam, which, to the surprise of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi elected to do. His followers were completely devastated by the idea that Shabtai Tzvi would become a Muslim and to reject his Jewish heritage, and many of them simply left. The vast majority simply left and returned to their homes all throughout Europe. Many of whom were impoverished because they had sold all of their possessions in their pursuit of this messianic idea. There in Europe, the Shabtai Tzvi's followers engaged in various acts of extreme penance, including self-flagellation and burning with hot water in an attempt to expiate their sin of following Christ. However, some Jews reasoned that perhaps his conversion to Islam was in fact part of the divine plan, and they also followed him into the Muslim faith, and they formed a small group known as the Dunya, who practiced endogamy, marrying within themselves all the way up until the 20th century. So Shabtai Tzvi's personal life ended kind of on an up note. He died very young at age 49, but ultimately, towards the end of his life, he began to seek a reconciliation with Judaism. He asked some of his followers to acquire for him a Machzor, a prayer book, Duza, and ultimately he had a very lasting legacy in two principal areas. The first was, of course, in the history of pseudo-messiahs. Jacob Frank, shown here, perhaps the second most famous pseudo-messiah in Jewish history, took more than a single page out of Shabtai Tzvi's book as he instituted his 18th century false messiahship. And there are many scholars who would argue that the larger ideas of Shabtai Tzvi, he was a noted scholar, and even his detractors have to admit his brilliance, particularly in Kabbalistic studies, indicate that his ideas had a larger influence on other mystical movements, even mainstream movements within Judaism in the 18th century. That's about it for this Week in Jewish History. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic Hello, everyone. I'm glad people have been responding so nicely to the This Week in Jewish History series. This is the third installment that we're going to talk about the Palestine Mandate, also known as the British Mandate for Palestine. In July of 1922, but according to Jewish calendar, in the 28th of Tammuz in that same year, the British formally took control of the region of Israel as part of a mandate from the League of Nations, and we're commemorating that anniversary by discussing the borders of Israel in the 20th century. So let me shift over here to the Prezi, and let's have a look at these maps, which are really so crucial for understanding the time period. So first of all, when the Ottoman Empire fell in the context of World War I, England was given the entire region to deal with, and the League of Nations, which was formed in the wake of World War I, decided to give the entire region of what we call today modern Israel and Jordan were held under one control there. And you can see in this map, really, it's quite a huge territory. Within a few months, however, it was decided by the British to give a significant chunk of it to Transjordan as a result of some military alliances. And the remaining part, which was on the west side of the Jordan River, that was given to the future Jewish state, as explained in the 1917 Balfour Declaration, which promised the Jews a national homeland in the region, so long as it did not prejudice the rights of the local inhabitants. If you move forward from there, which we'd like to do once the President cooperates. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. So you've got Jordan gets the right-hand section. Golan Heights gets the rest. As you see, it's home video. Okay, let's jump ahead. Here we go. It's the UN Petition Plan. So during the period of the British Mandate, that is describing the period when Israel was under the control of the British in a kind of holding pattern, waiting to determine a final settlement for the peoples living there. The British proved incapable of containing the various stressors within this multinational environment, particularly after World War II, when world pressure on England increased to allow Jews to immigrate to Israel, and Arab tensions rose significantly as they resented the large influx of Jews. So the British handed it back to the United Nations, and they said, you figure this out. The UN came up with a rather bizarre plan in 1947, which divided the territory into 7 distinct sections. And they are as follows. 3 Jewish zones, so you can see here in the north, the west, and the south of the country. 3 Arab zones, which were in the Galil region, in what would become the West Bank region, and in the Gaza Ashkelon region. And then a 7th zone, Jerusalem, was to be international. It was to be held somehow by the entire world, a rather strange idea. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but it was accepted by the Jews, which led to the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. They actually increased the size of its waste significantly, and the Jews were able to try and make their territory a little bit more significant overall. It was at tremendous human losses, huge casualties during this war. But by the time the armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire, the region in the center here was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian control. And the region on the west was under Jordanian control. The West Bank here, so-called because on the west side of the Jordan River, was known by its biblical names as well, Yehuda and Shalman. Gaza, known by its biblical name as Aza, was over here on the coast. And Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with the Jewish quarter of the old city falling on the Jordanian side of the border. This changed dramatically in 1967, when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to actually, protect itself from the threats of Egypt and Syria in particular. They were actually able to conquer a huge amount of territory as well in an amazing 6 days of fighting. You see, the regions they conquered were the Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north, because whoever stands on the Golan either looks into the Galilee basin or looks straight over into Syria, into the very capital city of Damascus. They conquered the West Bank region from Jordan, and they conquered the Sinai Peninsula. Of these territories, Israel only annexed Jerusalem, which was united under a single Jewish leadership at this point, and the Golan Heights, meaning these regions were made part of Israel proper, and the people who lived there were given citizenship, which is a requirement of annexing territory under conventional international law. The other territories, the larger West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, were not annexed to Israel, and the peoples living there, who later became known as the Palestinians, or actually in the 60s, that's when this term was becoming much more in use, they were left temporarily stateless, or at least for the time being. The Sinai Peninsula was actually given back to Egypt after the Camp David Accords in 1979, which meant that Israel had boundaries something like this afterwards. This is basically what Israel looks like today. As you can see, the region in the north here, the Golan Heights, is annexed to Israel and is part of Israel proper. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005 for complicated reasons, primarily demographic in nature. Israel felt it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat and the cost of maintaining small Jewish populations in Gaza and they simply retreated to these boundaries. Israel still maintains control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, but the interior is simply left without Israeli rule. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time and remains controversial as well. This region here, the West Bank, is home to the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-rule but not status, does not have status of being a country or a state right now. But many Jews, hundreds of thousands in fact, live just within the green line here that is on the east side of the 1949 armistice line known as the Green Line. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of the Israeli borders over the 20th century, beginning with the Palestine Mandate in Tammuz of 1922. Thank you for listening.
Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. We'd like to welcome the Mayor of Surfside, Mr. Teicher, is here to join us. A big round of applause. Okay. And we've got a fascinating presentation for tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to have to deal without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web, but the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah and teaching the Torah and counseling people and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor and big curtains and things like that. Angels moving back and forth. And they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and like everyone's in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels say, Didn't you hear? Shloimi, the Egged bus driver, is here. Shloimi, the Egged bus driver. Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road. So anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik. It must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nistar, something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shloimi. And the angels bring in Shloimi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things like that. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show," but I'm wondering, who was this Shloimi? Did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and Tefillah and to Avodah. How come I'm sitting on a sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "Was tutzach? How come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shloimi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening. Okay. All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate we should speak about him tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the 6th Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Irgun, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, a resistance to the British movement, controversial as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, Allah Shalom, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of a great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, and of course in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rabbi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of druzhba narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week with Golda Meir. Was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of all the nations setting aside their differences. Once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies, he felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince, the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on, to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. A chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else. A militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills. Less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation, who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Danit Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. Is going to be animation super because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I started going to transparencies. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the thing, the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. This is very simple. It's towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's push it. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of the spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dorikite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday, but wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, the new Jewish land in Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They want it to be down here with Dorika. Then the third group would be the Poale Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The Workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubno's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believe, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay, any questions so far? Yes, go ahead.
Is that the correct spelling?
That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these.
Maybe I was getting a little crazy.
You can call it, it's the Volkspartei in Yiddish, because it's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well, that parties that were unhappy with the status quo and wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believed in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, with at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the, yeah. So now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happens to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool? Did you like that? It came dropping down and made like this. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. Right. Now here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. There's a third one, the Polizeion. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them. Okay. So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza Arnold, and 1 month later, they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter after he became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, "Aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel?" And she said, "My husband is the speaker," and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on a hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassover, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania at the outbreak of the war, And Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union. And all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis. And ultimately, from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that, you know, as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Poale Zion, which you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of, Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and, tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being, like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Poale Zion instituted a policy of Jewish labor intended to get regular Jews off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elliot, please, when you do the Torah Cafe version? Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, what is this? We came here you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was compared by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War, and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately return to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. World opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successful. Yes, Ms. Weiser.
They make riots against the Jews.
Well, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know that. Wow. Wow. And my grandmother, she always used to say that the The jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible, incredible. Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I've got more stuff on Begin we got to go through. Okay, so what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party. The socialist, Coalition Party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills in condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. This represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, he was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lax. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there, and the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. Yes.
Well, see, I think that it proved out that Bruno was right as far as the British was concerned, because in most instances, most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't give much of a hoot for the Jews or their position.
I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way, and of course you can interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay. Anyway, here's a kind of a cool bounty picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring it as low as 100 people, others place it as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, there are all kinds of things circling around. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Altalena affair, which is in June 1948. The Altalena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person camp, along with a large container load or large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ship and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful, it'd be about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabbi's role is, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better Parnassa. No kidding. You were involved in this as well?
Yes, I was.
That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us? Mr. Rodriguez. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Well, we were called out. I was in a brigade with Yitzhak Rabin, and we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. That was a settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had just a fight with the British. He had no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the picture?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
That's amazing. Look at that. See, this is, where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. We've got about 10 of them. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977, an amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, and Ben-Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working-class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual, whereas Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of Hadar, which means like kind of glory or beauty, that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up continuing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut, and I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. Abdus Lachavers, thank you.
He was a member of the Unity Government in 1956. It's very interesting account of the
That's true.
Fascinating account.
It's an excellent book, amazing book.
question. But he was a member of the.
That's true. He joined the National Unity Government during Six-Day War. All right, absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking for them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the elections. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this kind of situation? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on. The president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud, joined with Yisrael Beitenu, who has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats. You have to get 51%. So go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threat, they've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government, largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but and here I mentioned, here's the National Unity Government. I have 1969, it should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves as Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this going? Okay, I'm joking, I'll get some batteries. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on, right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that's doubled because of that, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all, but now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political desideratum. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, whoops, oh no, I'm not going to do through the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happened, this is my favorite part too. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics. Oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's the national. Okay, here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I want it done. The most dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary. Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you, kind of like Aharon, making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which is something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them, then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt. And it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule. But his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore. So he eventually resigned shortly thereafterwards and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you very much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of the early statehood period right up until the Yom Kippur War into this class along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin. And of course, they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning, and I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching till close the Elia. Okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in these secret biometric questions where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance a spoon on the end of your nose, and then they tell me that, and then later on when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test, and that way I know it's the same person answering as the person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I ask my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, a woman is washing dishes by the sink and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, her 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. I think about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. Okay. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, called her, quote unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she immigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her métier in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labor Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became the prime minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign. And ultimately, she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes. And along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is a basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself. And I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, so it was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were open, then many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews, left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America, and so on. but her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for several years until finally he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, she would be 8 in 1906. This is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as its valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many of the children were impoverished immigrants themselves who lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school will be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, who were Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packed into this one living room. And around her dining room table is where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Sharet felt it was inappropriate that members of the government should have these European-sounding names. He asked all members of government to Hebraicize their names, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply Golda Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time, specifically what a Jewish movement named the Poale Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Poale, well, I'll mention that on the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle her political agenda and her political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that, in Israel, politics are, immediate and relevant and the matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their 2 children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with a party called Poale Zion, which is a translation of the term Workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist-sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borochov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poalei, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people. They valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies, rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of druzhba narodov, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values and socialist economics, then there will be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we will explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Poalei Zion movement, primarily Menachem Begin, we'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Poalei Zion was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, lekabetz, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living, in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on each person's ability to do so, and the income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love, and the idea that marriage was theft. It's another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gan. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, or the Israeli, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poalei Zion kibbutz called Merchavia. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied, and then she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her to Israel, and they lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the almond groves and things like that, but she loved even more her activity in the Histadrut, which is the collective unionized body of all the kibbutzim. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this new country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Histadrut, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. She was those who can, yes. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyways. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. All right, so let's talk about Israel. Now, amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Third College South come from full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing. And some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put a little plug here for my eldest daughter, Rafaela. Many of you might know she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old. And the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because, they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. So they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Touro College, and they figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy, which is a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that population. But at any rate, check it out, Rafaela Abramson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal. You see the great subject. What day? It was this week. It was this week was Wednesday, right? So I think it was Monday. All right. Well, what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? Any guess? Democratic, brilliant. Oh my gosh. Good. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we will see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, it could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish and more democratic. And sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant. less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general Diefengoff activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these two opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of this polity in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm a little worried about my timing, so let's just move straight to the period when we get to declaration. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point the Yishuv, which means simply the settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support, and especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important early Zionists living in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth seeing it in the original, His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. Break out the Manischewitz because it's time to party. I mean, it says, look at this. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Establish the state of Israel. If you want, you can go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to fruition, because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sixth Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. It was actually the League of Nations. At this point, it would later be reincarnated as the United Nations. And this region they called Palestine actually encompassed all of contemporary Israel and Jordan over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, They handed it back to the League of Nations, then now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up with was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were to be designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. The Jewish zones were to be this eastern part, of the Galil, around the Yam Kinneret, the coastal region from Haifa down below Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region of the south, the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. To divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the War of Independence ensued immediately thereafter. Very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that, but let me pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golda Meir. Wow, I'm just talking so fast, like a blue streak here. Does anyone know any good jokes I could repeat at this point? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please. There's definitely, it's the same problem as always. The Tal law is definitely jumping forward. This, by the way, has to deal with the compromise that was put in place by Ben Gurion on the establishment of the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. It's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs. And that compromise, the so-called status quo law, it's not really a law, it was just an accepted, was that, for example, yeshiva students received an exemption from serving in the armed forces. Orthodox women had an exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tal law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. So the Tal law is really the culmination of that resentment. Why is that these guys are exempt from the army? So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week when we talk about Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But an excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money which made the state possible. And really, this was the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can diplomatically, why are you rushing to have a state? And she famously famously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I want to include the Sinai here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, and this is if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev. Which was an amazing achievement, that they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. And Golda Meir, of course, was very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America, and she knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly cried, and she put her name to the paper. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented deeply. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. And again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. You're running on battery? Are we okay? Running on battery? Time? Time or battery? Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. So, and we're recording. We are back now. Okay, so we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what? I totally forgot. My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have This is why we need like more professionals. I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Thank you. And let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red thing here, which is great if you have a cat, if you like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the State of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. It's the wrong plug. Oh well, so much for the clicker. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit. Major events militarily, she was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the later events without looking at the 6-Day War, which was one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, Or Sameach. This is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and Or Sameach is the yeshiva for Bali Tshuva, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some are from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy. And they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said to him, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how the Jews won." So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva. Of course, what am I doing in West Point if I can go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria threaten the nascent state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Uthant, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore Uthant removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he describes me, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately got, dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over, as it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea. And largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of like exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it is on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was won fair and square in war, but at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value. And they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights. Thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel. And in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. And this is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor. But she retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. Is it lymphomatic or lymphatic? Lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but it's lymphomatic. How does that joke go? They're at a funeral, and someone says to everyone, look at this, 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. All right. In her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage on a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills when Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet with Austrian Prime Minister, I think his name was Kreisky, afterwards. She sat down with him, and she told him that if he really refuses he was yielding to Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach an agreement. So she left the room, and the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is a kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War, because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack, they may be just saber-rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt, after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that, you know, the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished, because people saw that Israel could bleed as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership, or I believe his presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero in Egypt for having bloodied the Jews' noses. And we'll talk again with Begin next week about how, ironically, he was able, even once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them, although that would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood. Again, more for next week's material. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that, in fact, if Meir had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1974. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first retreat from politics. So looking at her legacy, she's a fascinating woman, a tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life with her husband and her children for the needs of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week about Menachem Begin. For coming. I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to begin with. First of all, thank you to Rob for that unexpected and very welcome word of greeting, and I especially appreciate the mention of my father, Yaakov David Pamba. He should live well. We're waiting for a date on surgery, and it's still kind of up in the air, but I hope it won't interfere with this class, but if necessary, we may have to go to Canada for the surgery. In the meantime, other thank yous. Do you notice how wonderful this screen looks now? This is all Steve Schwartz's idea, but you didn't realize we had a screen last week, but he wanted it raised, so it's come up to the heights, and hopefully that will be more visible to those of you in the bleachers in the back row there. Also, thanks to Joe and Zohara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free and open to the community. I really like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the shul did incur some costs to get the equipment and put things together, and to have the videos filmed, the lectures filmed, and to have that beautiful greeter at the back door. They don't come cheap. So, if we get sponsors to offset the cost, it's really wonderful. We're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture. Obviously, you can give half, give part, whatever you like, or just come, and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. And by the way, I hope you all had a chance to view last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday. It's at jewishhistorylectures.org. You can get to it straight through that URL, or you can go straight to the YoungIsraelPH.org website, the shul website, and click on Jewish History classes, and it'll take you there as well. Very lightly edited. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character, what Gershom Scholem, the principal student of this period of history, called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century, which is a truly amazing statement, but in reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who were fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, for those of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he proclaimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. And many Jews were held in thrall by his teachings, the force of his personality, and his impact on the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer. You can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, a huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years, and we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this: or at least it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out of the video. You'll never know. So the joke goes like this. And it deals, of course, we're talking about conversion, so it's in that vein. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. Oh, Fred heard the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution, and therefore hopefully we'll avoid any calumnies from other faiths watching this video on the internet. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion, $500, today only. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Isn't that amazing? And Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. We're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Reuben says, but $500? I mean, it's a mitzvah. Why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend, whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and who knows what. So Shimon says, "You're crazy, but do whatever you want."